Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LightBringers podcast, episode 5. Yes, it is. Checks YouTube. Not sure. It's going to be fine. Hello, you can see everyone on your screen right now. We have Rook, we have Kroof, we also have Bloom as well. And we...
Hello.
Yes, this is awesome. We have a new person. My God. We've been getting new people. We get new people, but... It's always an exciting time, and this year is good.
Contestant number 24, Bloom.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
again.
no worries.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that, Kroof?
It's like at a pageant. You get called up on stage, you have to answer a bunch of questions like, how would you, rule the world? And it's like, I would rule with grace and dignity.
This actually sounds exactly what Jebro makes us do every week on the podcast.
Yes.
Like, say your name. All
Yes,
right?
what do you do?
Now, how would you bring about world peace? I don't know, Jebro. I thought we were talking about Guild Wars too.
Oh, with the
I just make
question?
Guild Wars stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I should up the ante a little bit more. You know what I mean?
The hard
each week.
questions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that's a good question. We'll change it for today. We'll go with how do you achieve world peace? Something Putin. But hello everyone. Welcome. I hope we are very well. I hope you are good wherever you're listening. If you're listening live on Twitch, hello. Live on Twitch. And also hello if you can't. I did wave. That was... Can't do the sound of waving.
We should all wave.
Yeah, you should all wave.
Yeah, we can all wave.
I don't know what the sound of waving is. It would be like wind on the mic, or it would be Kroof's background noise.
I'll have you know that those are motorcycles and very large vehicles.
Okay, I'm sorry. Also, yes, this episode is going to be about Echo Road Wilds, the blog post, and if we have time, because God knows how long that's going to take, Jade Watts. So it's actually a lot of stuff today.
Cool.
Yes, other than that, I hope everyone's good wherever they are. We're going to start off. And also, here are our intros. First of all, we're going to go with Bloom. Bloom is new to the podcast.
Oh, no.
Oh no! What are you cutting out? Is
No, go ahead. Go ahead, do it.
Everything's okay. All right. Pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us what you do, where you do it, and advertise yourself, and tell us also. I've given them a little bit of an advance warning because Rinna is doing some self-care at the moment. I thought it was good for us to talk about that a little bit as well. And I thought, what do you do every week or every month, once maybe, to engage in self-care? There you go. Go for it.
Okay, cool. So I'm Bloom on YouTube. I make Guild Wars 2 videos, mostly for that semi-casual audience, because I myself just sort of play every now and then. And I do editing for a YouTube channel called Skill Up. That's where I do my other work. So yeah. And then what do I do for self-care? I get massages every week. Act surprised like before. Go.
Every week?
Everyone was so shocked. Yeah. Every week is crazy. I know. And the story behind that is that my mum has just racked up loads of credit with one massage parlor and isn't using it because she moved away. And so she just said, go use up all the credit.
Wait, how do you rack up credit with a massage parlor?
I have no idea. I think she's
like an insurance thing to me.
Yeah, I think she's on an insurance thing and she's just got this huge amount of credit and she doesn't use it. So I end up using it after gym.
Would your mom like to adopt me?
Right.
Only for the remainder of the credit,
and then we will split it. And
Yes. Yeah. Everyone just come down to Sydney. I'll shout massages for everyone. It'll be great.
definitely won't sound like a really sketchy internet scheme.
Yeah.
I'll give you you'll get a massage here.
Yeah.
I have
free
never
massage.
received a massage in my life, so I'm probably very tense, and there's a lot of scar tissue up in these bones.
Kroof same, and I'm double your age.
Wow.
Let's go get massages together,
Let's
Jebro.
Let's go. Next Guild Wars, next PAX West. Let's do it, everyone.
I actually love the idea of a LightBringers self-care podcast where we're all just like laying out on massage tables, like, I don't know, let's talk about Guild Wars 2.
And we have cameras positioned up where our faces like rest, and we're all just
When you
having
said
deep
up, I was like,
conversation.
what?
Yeah.
And you only see our reaction, so we're like, yeah, I really like the Jade.
ready for Okay, I'm definitely
It'd
not
just
ready
be
for
like,
that.
it'd be an
That is-
ASMR stream at that point.
Yeah, I think I think at that point I might have to go from clean to explicit on the anchor setting.
Yeah, the thumbnail wouldn't look good at all.
No.
You're not already there? Because I was pretty sure we've brought it to about that point, I feel
I'm
like.
still going for clean. No one's noticed yet, so it's okay. I don't think there's anything they can do other than if they listen to it. I don't know. Bloom, tell us all the places we can find you.
Yeah, so on YouTube it's Bloom. On Twitch, it's something else. I don't stream, so don't worry about that. On Twitter, it is also Bloom. At the moment, so yeah, it's Bloom on everything.
Okay, so YouTube.
And you might struggle to find it on YouTube though, because I realized that there's a lot of people that have their YouTube names as Bloom on YouTube. So typing in Bloom Guild Wars 2 probably works the best.
Yes. You have a bird?
There is a bird outside. It is. I mean, they are waking up now at 5:30 in the morning. So
Wait, it's 5:30 in the morning?
it is now.
Oh my god, I
Yep.
knew it was early. I forgot it was. Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good. Let me shut the window.
No,
'cause I imagine
that's
the
fine. I
birds
don't mind a
are-
bird.
Thank
Sorry.
gosh.
All right.
It's okay.
Jeb's
That's
over
fine.
here before the stream,
My
like, Bloom, I don't know, there's a thing making a noise on your microphone. The stream starts. Jeb's like, Bloom, there's a bird outside your window. Bloom.
Did you invite a Tengu over? What's going on?
Right. Yep.
Oh, I'm just a soundboard. My grief makes me sad every week. Sorry. It's everyone's got it's everyone, don't worry.
Yeah.
Awesome. Please go and follow Bloom. Bloom's stuff is going to be in the description below the video or in the description for everything in all the places. So please make sure you go and check them out and all the things. Welcome. Awesome.
Thank you.
Rookery. Tell us what you do, where you do it, and also the self-care thing. Whoop.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Rookery. That's spelled Rookuri. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube mostly, but you can also find me on Twitter where it's Rookery_. Not just Rookery, because that account's suspended and I cannot pry it out of Twitter's hands yet. So one day, but not yet. You also find me on Instagram, although I don't put as much stuff there as I probably should. So there's that. But you can find me playing MMOs. We talk a lot about different things, from everything from lore to other content in the game to making anything in the game welcoming and accessible, be it role playing all the way to end game content, and we have a great time while we do it. So yes, and self-care, I tried to start prioritizing my own me time, if that makes sense. So
Yes.
like because I think especially as creators, we find that like one, you're either on, like be it in a video that you're recording, be it turning it games you love into content, be it live streaming stuff, like that kind of energy is very different. And then I was booking myself with like other things like social groups and raid groups and different groups I wanted to be in touch with afterwards. And I started to realize that like the time that I was prioritizing the least was time that was just for myself, because it felt selfish to do that. Like, oh, but I could be using this for that, or oh my gosh, but I need to keep up with these people, or I need to do these things. So I started like every day trying to make sure that I have at least 30 minutes of like just me doing something that I like, me alone playing a game, not for content, not for anything, me going for a walk, and I like leave my phone. I don't check any of my notifications or anything. I try to just cut myself off and just give myself me time in something for my own enjoyment, and that has really helped a lot.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's a
that
solid
is good.
answer.
Self-love is a form of self-care, people. That's good. Yeah, alone time is
Yeah.
good. Especially tuning out of like things. I was thinking probably the hardest thing to do there is like notifications on phones and keeping away from like Twitter, especially as a creator, like keeping away from all those notifications and the obligation of feeling like you should reply to other things and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm awful at that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like 3 a.m. Oh god. Anyway, cool. Thank you very much, Rookery. Awesome. And Kroof. It is Kroof's birthday. They are 21 now. Happy birthday as well. Everyone in the chat say happy birthday to Kroof. If you're here live, I'd appreciate it. Also in the comments below, make sure you say happy birthday Kroof and sing the entire song out in word, verses, choruses, and all the things, please.
Or else.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Otherwise, this is the final
much.
episode of the podcast.
We need to reach a certain number of happy birthdays, or else the next episode doesn't get released.
Yeah. We need 21 at least in the description, in the comments. Otherwise,
21
Yeah.
hype. My void is eternal reader. But,
I'm very glad.
Hi. Kroof. I do a lot of YouTube stuff and Twitch and Twitter. I also have an Instagram. It's at Kroof, but likewise, I don't often post there too much. But yeah, excited to be back. In terms of self-care, I like to light a bath.
Wait, light a bath?
Ooh, light a bath.
How do you?
I like to light a bath.
Do you mean draw a bath? I
Nope,
mean even
light a
drawing a
bath.
bath. Okay,
I like to set a bathtub on fire. No.
Yep.
A nice
criminal.
plate.
That's
A
not
nice
self-care.
plate of spaghetti with meatballs with a nice side of toast. And I sit
What?
in it listening to Enya.
Why
I love
toast
that.
on the
I
side?
love
wait,
that.
Wait, is toast? I love how Bloom and Rookery are just like toast on the side of with
Why
meatballs.
not?
It's just normal.
Yeah, totally.
Also-
Why not?
Full tea, though, if you have not had like a spaghetti or a noodle with bread, you're missing out. I mean, carbs
yeah.
on carbs, just peak perfection. I like
And,
having
like-
a lot of carbs, but in like different fonts. It's good.
Exactly. And like, what are you supposed to do with all the little scraps of sauce that get left in your bowl? Like, you can
Right.
just lick them off with your finger, but it is way more satisfying to have the bread to like scoop it all up.
Oh,
That's
I love
true,
America.
that's true.
Actually, Americans and Australians now. Everyone's just like, yeah, we don't care. See, in England, you do that, but you just go in the other room and lick it instead, and just like, like my dad used to do when I was a kid. He would just sit at the table with loads of people and just be like, yeah, I don't care. Like,
Yeah.
right. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
No bread.
Also,
And then
taking a walk is nice too, I guess.
a nice meal, like treating yourself to a nice meal, is it like self-care? Is a very,
Yeah.
it's
Totally.
like, and it has its different forms and shapes and sizes, and that's very true. Okay, awesome. Happy birthday, Kroof. I'm probably gonna keep
Thank
saying
you so
it.
much.
Happy birthday!
I got wasted. I'm currently wasted. Yeah. I love you so much.
Is that a whole bottle of vodka I see in the corner? What are you doing?
Now,
I
the
know
real
we just
behind the
met in the
scenes.
bathroom and it's 3 a.m., but I love you so much.
So you're
the
not
real
drunk because you're
secret-
just acting normal.
Yeah. Playing it up well.
The real behind the scenes secret of this particular episode of the Lightbringers podcast is that before we went live, Kroof said, I actually have never been tipsy, not even now,
Never.
not even after my 21st birthday.
No.
So
Yeah.
I'm very,
Right.
very responsible, and I drink a lot of water and eat a lot of food. Maybe one point in my life I will progress to that point, but so far not yet.
I think now, funny enough, like I think I know we've got a Guild Wars 2 podcast, but I think the world is a little bit different. Like getting wasted to the point of ridiculousness isn't the aim for most like younger people now. It's like the gym is.
we tear our liver.
Totally.
Yeah, I
Totally.
kind of. Yeah, I didn't
It's good.
do that at all. Yeah, uni was a.
yeah, I
Right,
totally didn't do that at all. Me too.
Oh,
Right, I was a
dear.
good boy.
Did many
Very
things.
drunk.
Yeah,
I was a good boy too, yeah.
played hopscotch and.
Yeah.
I played
Tiddlywinks.
hopscotch and took some hops.
No, to be fair, I learned very quick that I was like, this is miserable. Why would anyone want to do this? So yes, I mean, as with all things, moderation, take care of yourself. Self-care comes in many forms. And yeah, I agree with you, Jeb. It feels like there's a lot of other ways for you to enjoy your time and spend time with people, and like oftentimes ways that are less dangerous and or
Yeah,
that are much better for you overall in the long run.
it's definitely
Totally.
changed. Definitely
Plus, there's
changed in
video
time.
games. Why get drunk when you can just play video games instead?
You can have a drink while you're doing that, I guess.
You can
I have
do
a Guinness
both.
sometimes.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
nice,
Yeah, yeah.
lovely. I tend to enjoy alcohol nowadays. Anyway, this isn't the Jebro Talks About Alcohol podcast.
This is the
This is
alcohol
the
podcast.
this is the Jebro and Friends talks about Blog posts.
ArenaNet.
ArenaNet,
And-
that's
yes,
it.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Guild Wars 2 is the game that we play, Jebro. Did you forget for a
It is.
second?
It's
Oh,
Wars 2
I'm
by
playing so.
ArenaNet.
Oh
Wars
god.
2.
Oh god, I didn't fix this screen. Okay, it's gonna be
no.
fine.
Oh my.
I did it again. Oops.
Oh wow.
came here.
This is
Okay.
Oh, and it's not bad.
Jebro,
interesting.
did you get drunk before stream today? Is that what it is?
Oh yeah.
In
So
other
true.
news, my this is a jacket and it has a lot of buttons on it, and it was $4.
Tell me
$4?
more.
What, thrift
$4.
store?
I know it was at an antique shop, and they had clothing, and it was in the $50 off section, and so I got it for $4.
Is in the $50 off section.
And when I just do one button, they look like mini butt nipples.
Did you say butt nipples?
I literally thought to myself, I hope Kroof says the word nipples in the next 2 seconds. I was like, if Kroof does not say this, then I don't know Kroof, and I haven't been talking to them on this podcast for ages.
What is happening now?
It's called
bet.
dead air. It's filling
bet-
time when you fix things.
Oh no, I'm okay. I can still talk. I didn't
Okay,
realize
go
you were
for
suddenly
it.
be showing off your nipples though. Okay, so
my brass button nipples.
okay. Well, everyone who's listened to this audibly is very sad right now. Like they're just like, damn, I didn't go onto YouTube or Twitch. Watch this live, everyone. Waiting for the ban from Twitch. No? Okay.
And in 3,
That's fine.
2, 1, go.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so
Banned for the use of nipple.
April the 14th, ArenaNet Studio update. We had a little bit of a cheeky update from ArenaNet. It was very good. Apparently, I haven't read it yet, so my personal live reactions will be available. Also, shoot, I didn't even do my own self-care thing, did I? I don't think I did.
No,
Whoops,
you
sorry.
didn't. Unbelievable.
So, counselors, mental health workers are probably the worst culprits for this, in all honesty. Funnily enough, even though I trained in how to do it, which is funny. For me, personally, I do something similar to Rook, but I don't turn my phone off, unfortunately. I try to spend time in the evening cooking a meal which takes effort. And working out is a big thing I started to do for myself. Energy.
Yep. Nice.
But just weights and stuff. Nothing like, not cardio. No. I've got bad news. No. Okay.
You can do an elliptical.
I don't know what it is. Is it a sandwich?
It's like a plant, and it's great for sunburns. Oh, that's eucalyptus. Never mind.
No, it's not that either.
I knew exactly where
Okay.
you were going with that. It was great.
Isn't it aloe vera?
There's a eucalyptus
Aloe vera
plant.
is
Aloe
the one.
vera.
There is eucalyptus.
But
Yeah.
eucalyptus is good
Eucalyptus
for
might.
sunburn?
I'm pretty
No, it's
Aloe
not.
vera is,
That's
aloe vera
koala
is
food.
definitely good.
Never
Aloe
mind.
vera is definitely
mind.
good.
Aloe vera,
I
though.
made some mistakes, but it's okay.
What's the one you said, Chris? What was that? It was a. Did you make something?
No, oh my god, so many things have happened simultaneously. An elliptical, listen to me, an elliptical is not a sandwich. Eucalyptus is a real plant.
Yes.
Eucalyptus
And
is-
aloe vera is
Aloe vera is different. Oh,
oh my god.
have the botany knowledge going downhill.
Koalas are eucalyptus.
Read the blog
Right.
posts.
Yeah.
I will be
Well-
representing the koalas today.
Thank
so
you.
we will have
Thank
none
you,
of that.
I'm not reading this. Someone else is reading. Actually, wait. I will read the first 4 lines.
Yeah, it's nice.
Wait, can everyone see us? Yes, they can. Okay. Greetings, Tyrians. Ooh, music as well. As promised in last month's Future of Guild Wars 2, I did the thing at the wrong time, blog post, we're back with another helping of the latest happenings here at the ArenaNet studio. Ooh. In this edition, we'll be touching on Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons, meta events and rewards, DirectX 11, I was going to say someone else then, World vs. World, and our ongoing new player improvement testing. Ooh. Exciting. Who wants to take the first one? We're going to get Rook and Kroof to read the things today as they do. Very well.
Yay. I'll do the first Jade Sea. I have some experience
Go
with
for
it.
it, birthday friend.
Yes,
Thank
do
you.
it.
Okay.
My birthday friend. From the outset, we designed also the title of this paragraph is Final Encounter of the Jade Sea Meta event. From the outset, we designed the final boss of the Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons Jade Sea Meta event to be more challenging than most of our existing open world experiences. It's the epic finale of the story arc told over the course of 10 years, after all. Over the past month, we've been making incremental balance adjustments to the meta event's final boss, with the goal of making it more accessible while still retaining an increased difficulty level. Between the mechanical changes we've implemented and the community's willingness to rise to the challenge, we've seen the number of successful clears increase dramatically in recent weeks. For context, in the first few weeks of March, only about 15% of boss attempts ended successfully. Most recently, that number has risen to over 60%, putting it closer to existing world bosses and meta event success rates, while still being more challenging than any of them. In terms of balance, the fight is very close to where we'd like it to be. However, we'll continue to monitor community feedback and completion rates, and as always, make adjustments as needed. Next week's release will address a bug that caused the final boss to enter the bite phase more frequently than intended. Which did hurt. I got 3 bites in a row yesterday,
I
and it
failed
was big
one
sad.
yesterday as well. Oh no, I was in your one. I just realized I was
In mine?
I was in that
Really?
group. Yeah, because I saw in the squad thing. I saw Kroof, and I was like, what? We were in the same failed attempt.
Oh,
It was
nice.
sad. We got
That was
so
rough.
close to.
Yeah.
Have you not?
Yeah,
Have you
that's
been?
right.
You've been able to finish it? Has everyone been able to finish? Well, what we
Yes.
do
Yeah.
is, I'll tell you what we do is, we'll read a section, we'll talk about it. Doesn't have to be an
Yeah.
entire podcast on one section, but like, so most notable there was the fact that it was 15% boss attempts were completed, and now it's 60%, which is in line with bosses in the rest of the game, which is interesting. Any
Well, being just a little more difficult, they say.
I think 60% must be like definitely more difficult than other I've never seen another world boss really fail, but I think 60% is good. I think that's
Yeah.
good for this event. That's a pretty good.
I think they
decent-
said 60% is like the rate that other bosses die at as well, and that's what I'm thinking. I'm like,
yeah,
how?
I'm
Like that
40.
feels weird. But I think the reason is because we always go, if we want to do it, we always get into an instance that's gonna do it.
Yeah.
And they count the other maps which are open, right? Because they count as failed attempts. Like yes, if they've been attempted, or maybe a certain amount of damage is dealt or something.
They do say putting it closer to existing world bosses event, and 60% is closer to 100% than 15%. So you know,
Yes. Yeah, I
That's true,
imagine.
Bloom.
I imagine that they. I imagine
I'm
that they
so glad
must
you're
be-
here.
thank you. Happy to be here. I just there's my great little excellent input.
I mean, if you hadn't been here, we probably wouldn't have come to that conclusion.
No,
honestly.
exactly.
Yeah, I imagine that they must be including, like you said, Jeb, failed attempts, or even those
Yeah.
maps where, like somebody might chip away at X amount of it, but not actually have a group large enough to run it, right? I think we do when we go out to try and run metas, or like at the times of day that we know that people oftentimes are, we looking for group, right? It's a concentrated effort, and then seeing that effort pay off is always good. So I trust the numbers that they're saying here, and I like that this one's a little more challenging. Overall, I had noticed that the bite was proving problematic. I actually am curious to see even how those numbers are affected even more when they fix that little bug, because since the most recent changes, the rest of the fight feels like I've been getting groups where, like, if it does fail, it's so close. And a lot of times the difference literally is just like not having X amount of time to continue to do damage, like because she just keeps going back and forth. Or like there was the issue too where she would do, like break bar, and then for a bit she would like immediately go into a bite or something, and you're sitting there like, how are we supposed to do this? Like, so I think that we'll see that even go up just a little bit more, but it feels good to me where it's at, I think.
It was a lot better because they actually fixed the bite for about a week or two, and that's probably what saw the fairly drastic increase from 15% to 60%. But recently, I think 2 weeks ago, the patch that was the balance patch, it broke it again. So that's why it's been kind of stalling. So once they revert it back to what it was like, I think during the fixed bug phase, I got like 5 or 6 wins in a row. It was much more approachable, but I think the bite is a little bit of an issue. The only other thing that I still think is weird are the Whirlpool Defiance bars. Those still feel like people aren't going to be doing them.
Yeah.
So I would like to see that be lessened even more, because they're still very, very like thick Defiance bars.
Yeah, or reduce the Defiance bar on them. I feel like if it was easy to just run past and pop a couple CC skills to break those, it'd be fine. But right now it's like you really got to be focused on one person's Whirlpool to break that, and so it doesn't feel worth it. Especially because you're saving your CC for the CC phase.
Yeah.
And because it is such a DPS, like it's so close, right? Of course, if there's ever anything that's like not contributing to the effort, especially in a phase where there's also something else going on that like has to be dealt with, right? Like you have to deal with the tail, or it's very likely that you will fail. So it does feel really strange to have, like they were trying to do this scaling thing with a couple of things that I actually think is a good thing to put into the game when it comes to things like Jade Maw scaling, or it comes to these whirlpools or stuff like that. I like the scaling idea, but it feels like it like exponentially hardens to a point where it actually discourages people from engaging with the mechanics or like with the different, you know, events that pop up. Like Jade Maw, you see people just yelling all the time, like, don't come over here, we have too many people, or like, you know, because it'll literally get to the point where it does not seem achievable. Like maybe theoretically, maybe numerically it would be achievable, but like there's something going on with, I don't know, the realization of it. So yeah, I think that they should drastically bring down the whirlpools, because that's not the focus of that phase. That is not what you are supposed to actually be putting your DPS towards. Like
it's the most painful. Every single time I play it on Twitch, I don't play it much anymore, but it's the most unenjoyable part of the fight as well. Like when you're stuck in one of those things, or you're stuck in a bubble, it's just the most unfun thing. I hate it. I'm like literally like I can't do anything. I feel excluded, and I almost feel like the Revenant in Deimos fights. Like I'm just sitting there doing it. I'm just like I'm being more useful in that. Like it's just I don't like it at all. It's too, like you say, it's too much of a focus. Switch that up.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I feel like there isn't enough agency, because you get locked into those and there's nothing you can do except press one button. And I think in the case of the whirlpools, you can't even do anything. And it'd be interesting if you could CC your own whirlpool. Like you could use your own CC while you're stuck in there. That would be interesting.
Or have like a couple of extra buttons to something to do.
Right.
yeah, I mean,
You can pop yourself out of the bubbles, but you can't actually break yourself out of the whirlpools. You can only increase your health to allow more time for people to do the Defiance damage. But as you've said, people aren't going to be using that. They're saving it for Suwon. So they should be reduced by like 50-60%. Like especially because so many people can get hit by the whirlpools.
I agree. I would like it if they did something kind of like the Gorsifal eggs, where you could just like by mashing that, because you do, if you hit that, you will break yourself out regardless of other people. And I think that would help. I liked that suggestion a lot, Bloom, because I mean, it's fine if it's something that you get trapped in and you have to deal with. But like with the positioning of some of those, and I don't even dislike the mechanic, because I think like thematically it's kind of fun to see the whirlpools and like have people be lifted up in bubbles, and it gives you like this different sense again of the verticality of what's happening and like what is going on around the arena. But the big problem is like we said, that's not the focus of those phases. DPS is already so tight that like you literally have to run and deal with the most pressing issue. And if you are somebody, Jeb, like you said, that gets trapped in them, it feels really disempowering. Like we had this was so brutal. I love this meta. I honestly have enjoyed it. I haven't been like, I'm not even upset about this particular one that happened, but we were like doing it on stream and we were at a 1% wipe. And like literally like we had this moment where we could have done it. I was like, we're ready, we're running back to DPS. And then like half the DPS all got put in bubbles. And we were sitting there in the bubbles just watching, like we couldn't do anything. Or like the timer was running down. It's 1% and we failed it. And I like literally sat there just going,
It's
Single
so
tier.
hectic.
Single tier.
The last 10% gets so hectic.
Yeah,
It was
for sure.
brutal. It was brutal.
Yeah.
So if there was more
yeah.
agency in those moments, I mean, you can use EMP, like, but still, if there was more agency, I think it wouldn't feel nearly as bad.
Even the EMP
Totally.
doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, I know.
You have to
I
have
know.
literally everyone hit the EMP for it to like get down to like 10%, and then you still have to do your skills to break them out.
For
This is
sure.
wild.
It's definitely a fun one. I was watching I can't remember who it was. I think it was a clip. I don't think it was someone who was a clip on Twitter, and it was someone, they were fighting one of the side bosses. So and they did it with like 1 second to go, and they had like 30% left. It was on Twitter, and it was American. I can't remember who it was. It wasn't like someone. It was. I was gonna say it's not a big streamer, but that sounds so awful. But literally, like, everyone just jumped from the other platforms and actually came together and helped. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then they did it, and I was like really hyped. And they got back on the platform. I don't know whether or not they killed the boss in the end, but there is loads of little points like that during the whole fight where you're like, wow, this is actually quite cool and exciting. And then still wondering about how many people actually want to do that event to get the turtle. I was lucky because they did the turtle change like they did the turtle change, and then I was like, I'm gonna do one more event. I'm gonna do one more, and if I don't get it, I'm gonna get the turtle. It was on stream, and it was the day they did it, and I was like, okay, let's go. And we actually, I was like one of the sub commanders, I would say. So I was like helping sorting parties, I thought, as well. And I can't remember if it was that one, but we did it. And I was like so hyped. I just lost my crap. I was like, this hasn't happened since I did a raid fight that we've been trying to do for like ages. It felt like one of those moments, you know, those old school like raid encounters where you're just like, damn, this was so awesome.
Yes, that first clear feels so good.
Yes.
I tried commanding this meta on like the first day because I saw the achievement that you could get by doing it before the last story mission. And my friend and I had just gotten a commander's tag, by the way, and I was like, let's just do it. Let's just try command this thing. We found that it was like 60%, and I just thought to myself, man, this is hard.
That's gutsy.
But it feels great to finally clear that. I mean, my first clear was in a group of literally a full 50-man squad, all running raid builds, and even then it was really tight, but it felt really cool.
I honestly, I love this meta, and I'm really glad that they have been adjusting. I really think they've been fine-tune adjusting it, like in this way that feels like, again, they're not robbing it of everything, and all of these adjustments, like we said, I think have been really good. But like, I agree, there's this sense of tension with it, and we've also seen just across the board I think responsiveness and skill level of many different players start to collectively go up this expansion because they are being empowered with the tools and the challenges to like test the knowledge that they're getting, but they're also getting the information that they needed from things like the training arena. I've seen on multiple maps, like no joke, even going back to do Return 2 stuff, like really old content, I've seen people having conversations like, wow, so many more people are CCing now. Wow, so many people are like, and I think that this particular meta tests that in such a great way. And it makes use of things like giving EMP an actual role to play so that it doesn't feel like the whole game is just broken if you use it. Or like, using the Jade bot buffs, all these different things, the buffs and participating in the events, the adjustment that they then made later so that like, even if you start the events with the meta, you still get that. Like all of those changes have been great. It feels so good. And honestly, it's a really memorable one. I waited and I got the turtle from it, even though I had like way more than enough to get it. Like I was just like, I just want to get the drop. I want to have that victory moment, and like the bonus dialogue and the bonus collection you can get from that map. It's like, it really feels special when you finish it.
I realized that I was like, yeah, I've definitely got enough currency. And then I realized I'd broken it down, I think, or whatever you can do with it. Like before doing that, like I'd been double clicking it. And I was like, damn, I really hope I do this now because that sucks. And like, it was
for me, it marks a really cool point in Guild Wars 2 history where it says to me that ArenaNet aren't afraid to make difficult content, and I think it's important having those skill checks every now and then to get the whole community, like the whole overall skill level, as you said, Rook, to like increase, because then the next content that they release for the next expansion, they've got a new sort of skill floor with every expansion. They've got this skill check, and I think that's really important, and I think it's really good. I love that they've kept the spirit of the fight alive as well, by the way. Like, even doing it now, it doesn't feel that different to doing it when it just launched. All the mechanics still impact you basically the same way. They've just reduced the frequency, but those mechanics still hit really hard. You still really need to know what to do, so I appreciate that a lot.
This is good. It's being able to, I think they want people to feel included, and that's one thing they've always wanted to do. But like you said, you know, it's good to also be like, you know, you can go that extra level and actually get, you know, you can have that challenge with that as well, and that's important. And it's not just like PvP or something, because I think that used to be the standard of maybe, you know, your skill in terms of like, you know, being able to beat someone or like, you know, win a game, etc.
And you do a 1v3.
Yeah,
you can't do a 1v3.
Well,
you're
most
nothing.
of the community think they can do that anyway. They just die. Like, 99%
I can, Jebro.
Yeah, I know you can.
I know I can. I'm like so good. Catch me on a Scourge, I can.
I like that Kroof's like, ha, 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 I'm so good. And then Kroof also the next second is like, but really though, I couldn't.
No, like, no, really, fight me.
On that bombshell, Rook, do you want to read the next one that's also not complete rubbish?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it dovetails great. This is even more off of some of the good changes they've made for this meta. So, End of Dragons meta event rewards. In the weeks following the release of Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons, we heard you loud and clear that the rewards for the new meta events needed a little more oomph, especially when you consider the difficulty and the time required to complete the events. In other words, there needs to be a stronger incentive to replay the content after the initial playthrough. Since then, we've removed a significant number of junk items from the loot tables, so you're more likely to get higher value items, increased the value of the reward chest contents, and added a Hero's Choice chest for successfully completing these events. And while these are good improvements, we recognize that a stronger incentive is needed if we want these events to be a long-term addition to the endgame open world experience. This is especially true for Dragon's End, which contains our most challenging meta event to date. To help address this, in next week's update, we'll be adding a new Void-themed Infusion as a rare drop to the Bounty of Dragon's End loot table.
Sorry. Carry on. Sorry,
What was that noise?
Remember, like,
mouth fart.
It was a mouth fart, but like, if not, it was like a wow kind of, but it didn't come out right. Sorry, continue.
That sounded like I was like Void-themed Infusion, and Jeb was like, that's garbage.
No. That's not actually what.
Disgusting infusions, more.
No. It was more like wow, like, but I was trying to do it under my thing, like, and I remembered my micro still up. I was like, I'm actually excited for that. Sorry, continue, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Even though Jebro might be disappointed,
I'm
the
not
Bounty of Dragon's End can be earned daily for successfully completing the meta event, and up to 5 additional chests can be purchased each week from the vendor Myung-hee, located in the Xingje Monastery in Seitang Province.
Ooh.
The end.
5 chests.
Yes.
Now, are those
Can I
5 Bounty of Dragon's End, or just like 5 champion chests?
I think it's specifically Bounty of Dragon's End, because
I feel like
up to
you're gonna
5 additional chests.
You're gonna get a lot of ass, because that has the ass in it.
No, the Hero's Choice chest.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
the Bounty of Dragon?
That one's the one that contains the like meta specific loot, like the map currency and I guess the chance at the infusion drop now. But can I just say real quick, with this change, the statuette price, like the prices for those statuettes you have to trade into that vendor to open that vendor, have absolutely skyrocketed, and I am so upset that I did not invest in those statuettes before. They were the one from Dragon's End was like 40 silver before this blog post. Now it's at like 2.5 gold.
I should sell mine.
I just thought, like, imagine if you had bought like 100 gold worth of Dragon's End statuettes, you'd be rich right now.
Flip that into a profit. I
Yeah.
kind of held on to. I started collecting them in my bank, so maybe I will.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't even
Nice.
think about it. I don't even. The thing is, I've not played. I've played it a lot, but I just go and kill the things, and then I'm just like, I don't even look at the rewards. I'm just like, yeah, cool, that's good. I'm at that stage now in my life, I think, where I just don't care. Like, it's just, I don't grind for stuff ever. So I'm like, the fight has to be good. If it's not good, I'm just not going to do it again. Like, at that time in my life where I've got no time to waste, I'm just like, I want to enjoy all the things, and I don't want to do the same thing again unless it's really worth it. And now they've added this void infusion, when the void stuff is pretty cool. That might be a reason to grind it. I don't know. How would a void infusion? What do you think about that? Oh, Kroof isn't sure. Birthday Kroof. Birthday Kroof.
I got some takes
This
too.
is. I don't think infusions are the answer to this problem, or really any problems with rewards in Guild Wars 2. I think infusions, some people might like them, and I think it comes down to the aesthetic of that particular infusion. Like the dwarf,
the dwarf infusion is the best, yes.
Some people like the chalk infusion. Some people want to have that visual of something
totally
different. But because we don't know what it looks like, and because it's just an infusion that is probably going to be a super, super rare drop, I don't think that will propel people to want to farm it. I think when you make the rewards a little bit more tangible, people tend to still go after it. So I think the infusion is nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there should be something else in that middle to have more reoccurring reward to Dragon's End and also the other meta events. So I don't think that this is going to be the thing that sees a marked uptick in farming this map.
Okay.
Right. Totally agree. I think Guild Wars 2 in general has kind of a problem with mid-tier rewards. It feels like a lot of meta events are either you get a lot of materials or you've got this like 0.0001% chance of getting an infusion. And I'm not the kind of player that I've never done a meta event expecting or even like hoping that I would get the infusion. If I got one, it would be purely accidental. I would love for there to be like a 10% drop chance skin set. Like, it'd be really cool if the Jade Tech armor or something, you could get the skins as like a rare drop from the meta, or just having just one thing
about Lion Keys,
just a slightly
Gem Store stuff. Yeah.
Right, just one.
Absolutely.
I know we've had this discussion so many times throughout the Guild Wars 2 community, but if just one mount skin was in that meta event, and it was like just a bit higher than an infusion, people would farm the hell out of this.
Well,
just
they
one
could do,
skin.
Especially if it was sellable on the trading post, like a Void Kieran skin, or like a Void Springer, like.
Yeah.
Or just the turtle, like, because like that was, you could get the turtle egg from it, so have something turtle themed.
Yeah, turtle skin would be a great callback.
I mean, I just want so bad like a Salt Spray Dragon for Skysail or something, like, and you could get one or like a Void infused one or something, like two different. I don't know. It's tough because I agree. I do actually think that this infusion will incentivize a portion of the community to run this in a way that they are not. Like, I have actually heard many community members specifically say, give us an infusion from this. And because that is kind of the precedent from other things, I mean, I think that's why. I mean, one, it's nice just to know that, like, hey, maybe if I do this one day, I could get this incredible thing and I could get so much money from it. And per the rules of gambling, like, whether you're gambling money or time, right? There is a very real human drive that compels us to try to get that almost high that comes from it, right? Like the sheer chance that I could get this. So like, I do think that is incentivizing, but I agree as well, absolutely, with what everybody is saying. Mid-tier rewards, like farming mats and stuff, it is a reward. You do get gold and that empowers you to be able to get other things. But there is something so satisfying about like really getting something that feels interesting or related to or iconic to the thing that you're doing. I even really liked how they handled the Memory of Otter, like with Drizzlewood, where, like there were collections you had to do, and you followed this little treasure hunt, and you got more lore about the map, and then you ran it a bunch so that you could get these memories. And then to me, it felt like even tying it into something like an achievement thing where, it was it was related to the world around you. It was part of the kind of narrative. It was this special bonus thing. And if you worked hard for it, you knew that you would get it. And I like that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Where you're like, I know when the end goal is in sight for certain rewards. Or like you said, even repurposing some of that Jade Tech armor for people who might not, go get it through the way and craft. Yeah. Like, to have a drop off of that would also be nice so that you could get those or you could sell them. I totally agree. I think that there would be ways to put a little bit more of a unique incentive in that middle ground that isn't like the really rare gamble, but like does make you feel, oh yeah, this is good. And of course you can trade in the statuettes and there are other rewards. Like I don't think that this is, garbage. Like I love it too. Yeah. I just love the content. Yeah. I just enjoy running it, whatever they give me personally, but not everybody feels that way. So.
Is it like question, here we go. Like we were talking about this. I was thinking, okay, what could be really, really cool that we get elsewhere that we have to do like people have to do raids and stuff. And I was thinking legendary armor, weapons, etc., aren't really tied to much stuff like this towards in each expansion. Like you got Hearthorns and you got the raid gear is very much tied to there, the legendary gear, the PvE look, right? And I was thinking, okay, well, what if there was like an additional thing in each expansion? They brought in different things like in strikes and everything where you had to do this thing where you get all the base stuff for the raid armor, it's the same, but you could alternate or you could adjust the look by getting something extra from like strikes or the harder content in the meta, like this meta, for example, and kind of put that together to adjust the look of your legendary. So like every expansion or every major story, living world thing where there's a theme, like you could get this adjusted, you can get this set of items that you would put with your legendary item to mix it up with the theme, very much like the weapons are for the Aurene weapons, and have a themed set, like a skin set for your legendary armor. So, and do like what they're doing with the flipping legendary weapons they got now, right? Like you're going to be getting the additional things to change that into another dragon look or skin or however they're doing that. Why not do that with the armor as well? Like I'm just thinking about this. Like I didn't have this idea before, but like that's a good idea, isn't it? Like actually, why isn't that actually a thing? That actually should be a thing. I feel like it should be a thing because they're doing it with the weapons. Like that would be. Imagine if your armor was now more like void kind of legendary armor, and then you've got like Heart of Thorns, which is the way it is. Over there, which is another conversation, and then you've got like Path of Fire themed as well. Like you could do so much with it actually thinking about it. So I'm just having the ideas right now in my head, so like I'm thinking I'm one of those people. Like
the idea
the world will know. But like,
I don't know if they're gonna do it.
They won't do it. We're not gonna do that.
I think the weapon is a nice indicator of what they could do. I would advise or like would love extension 4. We have another set of legendary armor, and it kind of goes in the same way where you can go on these journeys to have some alterations with them.
Strikes armor instead, since they go more the way of strikes. Maybe.
I think
perhaps.
I mean, I think what Rook was saying with the otter and like the stone infusion and that sort of thing, having those rewards that indicate that you've done some certain kind of content a lot are really cool, and the void infusion just feels too rare of a drop. I think the Aurene legendaries, you're incentivized to do Dragon's End because you get the ass every single week from
and the memories of
Aurene, every day from it. So and memories of Aurene. So having an Aurene legendary shows that you either waited however many weeks to buy, like the 20 weeks to buy it from Arborstone, or you've also grinded Dragon's End every day. But I guess it's just not like unique enough to Dragon's End, but I don't know that they even need like a unique reward for every single meta, but
I don't know what the look of the Void Infusion will be, because there already is actually a Void combat tonic for the strike missions. So I don't know if the graphic will be too oppressive where you can't even see your model. It'll maybe just feel like the strike mission combat tonic.
An idea. I wish you could plug infusions into your weapons. And
that would be cool.
Gave the weapon the infusion instead of your whole body. I feel like that's a little less aggressive.
Yeah, like your weapon had like a special. Yeah, that would be so nice.
Betrayal, that'd be sick.
Dying weapons and like that whole thing, like being able to dye weapons and stuff is really. They can do that in ESO. You can dye your weapons. That's true. Yeah.
It's so interesting to me because Guild Wars 2 probably across the board, given the way that they incentivize rewards on maps, right? Like this is me thinking in my head about like, how do we balance rewards in other MMOs, and like what kind of things do I expect from doing some kind of thing, right? So in my head I went, okay, like what do I get from doing a dungeon in something like Final Fantasy 14? And I went, okay, well there's usually a gear set. It's either like a repurposed one that's like a reused asset from the game that you can dye, or it's like a whole new set. So everybody gets new gear sets. And then you get maybe new weapons, or maybe you get accessories, but usually there's some kind of minion, there's like a music scroll that drops. And so then in my head I was like, oh well, like maybe for these metas we should see like a range of rewards, kind of like the raid bosses, you know, like where they have a chance of dropping like a mini of themselves, or they have a chance of dropping these like different unique weapon skins, or you know, the ascended items, or like stuff like this, where I was like, oh, maybe adding something like that in, that would be kind of like a collection for this. But when you think about, I guess really the map rewards in general in Guild Wars 2, there's far more there than what we see in most other MMOs. Like open world content is a great weakness of a ton of MMOs. I think like ESO maybe does it the best, closest to Guild Wars 2, but Guild Wars 2 for me by and far has the absolute best open world. So like the rewards for doing stuff there, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. There's minions, there's, you know, the cute little dragon scarf, there's, you know, different outfits, Black Lion keys. So like, I guess you do end up with a pretty wide variety of different rewards, but I agree in the sense that like meta events are their own kind of content, and they seem very intent on really, really honing in on them as end game open world content, right? So if you're going to really make that a feature of content and you don't have other instanced additional content like dungeons and stuff, I think you do need to give those events something really unique to them. Like, and I think they could have done anything with this, but from Salt Spray Dragons to the Shrine Guardians that are in the zone, to the turtles, to the, you know, history of Luxins in the region, to Sue Wan herself and her own aesthetic. You get like the Salt Spray weapons and things, but I don't know. It does feel like this could have a wider range. Like, I mean,
they have an armor set for every map. Like every map has its own armor set in End of Dragons, but the only way to get them is through crafting. And it would be cool if you could just get the skins of them from each meta event, that you could just sell the skin off, and you can craft for the actual stat version, like the ritualist and stuff.
I just went and got the hat.
Because I would love if they just had more stuff in there, like unique skins to each meta. But I kind of understand how small ArenaNet is in comparison to something like you know, Square Enix. So I think just reusing the stuff they already have in the game, like it's that would be smart to me. And like the Salt Spray stuff, like you mentioned, there's that Salt Spray helmet and scarf, but you buy it from like a vendor in the first map, where instead, if those things were just in the Dragon's End meta, then that'd be a cool little unique reward. I mean, a lot of people don't even know that you could buy I didn't even know until the other day that there was a Salt Spray mask, that it's from a certain vendor in Echo Wild or something like that.
I didn't even know about that.
The
complete Mori Village. Cool. You do the Mori Village heart, and you can buy a Kunavang Salt Spray mask.
I need to do that more.
It would have been really like a pinata mask.
They did that in the base game as well. You get different like achievements for getting different things as well that you buy with armor.
I really like the idea that you have, Bloom, to like use what they've got, but repurpose it in such a way, like you said, like either skin versions, or like if you do the meta, maybe there's a chance of that same weapon dropping, but it just has like a special effect on it. Or like maybe there's, you know, I agree. I think that it would be nice. Or you could like, you know, get the base weapon from the map or something, and then if you in your achievements or whatever run that meta enough times, you unlock like a new shiny form of it, like, you know, like powers up
upgrade
the
it.
weapon.
Yeah, powering it up. Yeah, that's
I
a
mean,
good
and it,
idea.
like-
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have to do much either. I mean, like, Tequaddle has like a whole set of ascended weapons that are basically the exact same skins as all the other like base core ascended weapons. They just have a little particle effect on them. And if they just did that for End of Dragons, like with the Dragon's End, if they just gave like, I don't know, the Jade Tech weapon set, they just had a version that had a little void particle effect on it, people would go wild for that. They'd totally go for it. Yeah.
And people also just like opening chests. There's the event in Aspenwood in Echovald Wilds that actually drops more chests than the meta event of Echovald Wilds, and I've had it felt more rewarding to just do the side Aspenwood event than it did to do the meta. And Dragon's End does have many maps or many chests to open, but I think that also the lead up events, when you hit the different phases and the intervals when you do the split stuff to get to Suwon, I think those could also reward you some extra chests, just in case you fail.
Are you talking about where the chests are all in a big circle and you have to
Yeah,
run?
that's good.
I love doing that.
That's fun.
I really like doing that. It's that kind of weird like cell phone game loot like kind of feeling you get when you walk around and you're just pressing F and you're just like, damn, oh, and then you look at your bags and you're like, damn, I haven't opened half of these chests because my bags are full. Let's go back and do it again. And you just like get all of these crafting materials, and actually, because it's so much, it feels like it is a reward because you just get so much stuff, even though it's not necessarily worth a lot of money. So I actually really like that because you can visualize it, right? It's that kind of visual connection you get to it. Like, I can see lots of chests and I'm opening them. There's something gratifying about that, whereas you don't get that in Dragon's End. You don't even get a big one, do you?
No, you get like a whole ring of chests at the end. But I think what Groove is saying is having those intermediate chests while you're doing those free events and stuff would be really good, because then it's not so backloaded. It's not so like if you fail you get nothing. It'd be cool to just have those middle events. It makes you want to participate in those ones.
You don't get much, do you, while you're running around? Like, I'm leading
you don't
up
get
to
anything. Yeah,
it's just a lot of work.
I think they added even some more like this, but yeah, it doesn't feel as much like, here is the treasure time. You know what I mean?
Like, killing those salt sprays feels like a really big mark. Like, you kill those big void salt sprays, and they should have a chest right there. And
they don't give you anything.
They don't give you anything, even though they're a super hard little fight. Yeah.
So it's about progression and not just like, so maybe, all right. So I understand what you're saying, Griff. So like you've literally got the pathway in Aspenwood, which is like, you've got a pathway of loot basically that you kind of get as you get there, but Dragon's End does not, and you've got the kind of mega loot at the end, which isn't mega loot anyway. Mega loot is just the thing I just said made up. It's not an actual thing in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, that's what happens. It's just going to be me at
5
the end.
ascendants, 1
Mega loot,
precursor.
congratulations. It's not really that kind of thing, but like, so that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, you're literally going down each path on the left and right, on the east and west, and the mid, obviously, and then each path you could get a reward, but you'd have to put in a certain amount of contribution, whatever. Then you get that, and then why not? Like that actually makes sense because it is such a long. Yeah, that's the feeling.
It's a long lead up. It's a long, time-consuming lead up to actually finding Suwon, which I don't mind. I like to have a reason to play.
Yeah, I like Croof.
It does sting even more when you spend like half an hour and you don't get anything if you fail. We get a little something, but it doesn't feel like it's proper compensation when I could have been doing countless fractals in the same amount of time and made like 15, 20 gold.
That's actually a really good point. And like, even aside from just the chest, when I think about, like, I mentioned the like Otter, right? Memory of Otter and everything from that. The fact that they almost delineate different parts of that meta. So like, obviously it was a map broken into 2 parts, becomes one big whole thing, but like we have all these little like benchmarks in that. So, you know, like you finish the map, you do all the little like, you know, zone control stuff, and then you get little rewards from those. And then you go and you finish up like that one big fight with at the end of it, sort of in that midway point, and you get a bunch of chests. Then you have like the champion loop that you can run. Then you have the next portion. And, you know, if you're working on Otter, those different like big boys that are around there, you get like the additional otters from them. I can't remember what they're called right now. Sorry. Champions, I don't know what they're called.
That's what they should be called.
Yeah. The little name tag says big boy.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Like you take them down and you get special rewards. But like every single part, like you get the special stuff for memories, but like every single part almost had like different overlaps. So like, you know, oh hey, maybe if I didn't need these particular guys just to get the chests at the end, I do need them for like an achievement, or there is, you know, they can contribute to this thing, or they can drop the memories, or there's like this next leg that has this different set of rewards. And like even on Dragonfall, there's like that sort of same champion loop that you do, and there's different ways that they've tied that into different collections and achievements and stuff. So it feels like, I mean, like you pointed out, Bloom, there are these great moments in this meta, like fighting the salt sprays and like things where it almost feels like there should be another set of things, like an additional task Suwon gives us that's a collection, you know, like to take down the salt sprays and to free them, or like, you know, whatever it is, like where then that would contribute towards something else or other rewards or a different achievement, so that it really did feel like each portion, or like I think you do get achievements from doing each of the different lanes because they all have like different kind of little stories, but I don't actually know, I don't think they really give you anything.
Just like AP, and you can do them.
Yeah.
Like I think it's like complete 20 events with each lane or something like that.
Yeah. What's interesting to me is that they used to have with the meta events like a key and chest model where you would get keys from previous events to open chests at the end. So doing the pre-events, you didn't need like a stacking buff or something to incentivize you to do that. You just got keys so that when you complete the event, you could open more boxes. And I thought that worked really well, but they didn't do that in End of Dragons for some reason, even though I feel like it made a lot of sense.
Of the map buff.
Right, exactly.
And
why? Why?
Just to I think
That's because that's in every map.
It punishes you for coming in late, and because there isn't really much of a reason to exist in the Dragon's End map until the meta, people oftentimes come in at the very end. I mean, it's true. So people oftentimes taxi in. They did update it to where you get 5 of the map buff.
Okay.
However, you only get 5 additional chests because the inner ring of chests actually consumes 1 stack of the map buff. So if you want to get all possible, rewards, see, if you want to get all the possible rewards out of that meta, you have to get 10 of that buff, which means you can't get in at the last moment. You have to be playing those pre-events.
Wow,
that incentivizes you to do it properly, I guess.
Which does incentivize you, but if you can't succeed and get that, it's like you should be getting those rewards by playing the events normally, rather than having to play the events and then succeed and then open the extra chests.
I can't. That's that. But I feel like I don't know if we're going to get to Echomold World.
No, it means if you got like, the thing is, if it was a key system, it means that if you did a run that failed, you'd still have the keys for the next run, and so you wouldn't have to. I mean, you could taxi in at the last minute on a Dragon's End if you've already got the keys, which is like what I do with Auric Basin if I can't be bothered to do all the pre-events. If I've already got keys stacked up from previous stuff, I can just jump in, do the last bit of the event, and open some chests up. It's weird that they went with this buff system. It's such a not something they've done before,
and they're character bound. So if you just happen to be on the wrong character and you realize oh, I don't actually have the entire amount of stacks that I need.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good point too.
Or if you want to swap class,
Yeah, like if you're trying to figure out like, hey, we actually don't have enough, you know, a lack or something as you're like trying to go in, and then you're like, I'll have to switch, and then you go, oh wait, I can't because I don't have the buff on that. That's actually a really good point. I hadn't thought about it. I liked the buff. I don't know. I liked that. I felt as though
I do as well.
It wasn't. I mean, I liked that it felt like it it wasn't just the final battle, right? To me, it almost like created this continuity of like, well, we're empowering our allies in the region, we're getting stronger, we're getting this buff, and because of that, like we're more prepared, we're ready for like this, you know, final thing, and like because we put all of that work in, like we will have a shot at engaging with the boss, which I liked in that sense. I agree though in that it creates problems. Like it does, it definitely does. And I mean, even when you pair that with the fact that getting into the maps has been difficult. Like if you have a full squad and there's like 2 people that are trying to get into the map to do the events, like this hasn't been as much of a problem since they shifted like 5% of these buffs being able to get them from the actual meta push itself. But like back before they made that change, people like I'd be sitting there like, please let me in this map, because if I miss the starting events, like I will be bringing this group down. I will, you know, like I might be the difference between what we do or don't have for this push. Like please let me get in here. And so to me, it does kind of feel like that is an issue, to not be able to even instance it because of the caps on the maps. If you show up late, or like, you know, you just got off work and you rushed home and you end up joining one that's like about to start the meta, but like literally you can't get the buffs you need, that's a problem. If you're a new player and you don't even realize that you need the buffs and you're like, what? Like I didn't get all of those. So it feels like it's maybe a little redundant in that if we already have the like get your mastery up and use the Jade bot buffs, then like having those be the difference and then having something like the keys, I think I would have been fine with that.
The Jade bot would be cool. Like if you tied it into like the Jade bot was the thing that could like had the buff and you could just change over the.
I think the big reason people want that buff because it's a damage increase, but the Jade bots also serve as a damage increase as well when you collect the offensive and defensive protocols.
Yeah.
So it just it's like the buff feels so necessary, but it is so different that I don't know. Like
it's an additional thing. It's an additional thing, isn't it? Right? That people just have to. You kind of do it automatically, though. I feel like now, if you've gotten used to it, I feel like most people that are doing that event is like. They'll just pop over to a place and they'll just be like, yeah, I've got to get this thing as I go around. Oh no, there's a chest over there. Maybe I want to use it for that. And then you're like, oh, there's like I can really get this. I feel like they don't need to add additional stuff when the thing is already quite difficult for people to understand.
And it's another icon on your buff bar that is going beyond to the screen.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. And once again, I think it's this problem of that you have this like gap between a group that doesn't have those buffs and the group that does. You have this like the fight has been balanced around the idea that people could have, like all 50 people could have this buff, which is just a huge increase compared to if they didn't. And I think that makes ArenaNet's job really difficult. They've made it harder for themselves that way because they've once again, like, you've already got boons, you've already got now the Jade buffs, and then you've also got this stacking map buff, and it makes it, I don't know, makes it really difficult for ArenaNet to balance around that. And they kind of need to like cull those elements, otherwise
it is weird because they did that. They had these because they wanted to get, with combat balance back in the day, they wanted to get rid of these unique buffs that people had, so then turn them more into boons. So they said like resolution was a boon now, and like, you know, all actually not that one specifically, but older ones where it was just like, rather than this really long-winded, which they've still got on classes, you know, classes do have their own specific buffs which, you know, boost party like 5-person DPS or whatever. But yeah, so it just feels like another one of those things, and they've just brought it back, right? That makes sense. Like, why do we have all this long convoluted stuff? Like, just seeing all these buffs above your bar, you know, when you've got all the banners, you've got the foods, then you've got utility, then you've got the buffs, then you've got some other buff, then you've got a ham sandwich, and you're just like, why? Why do I have all this stuff? I mean, it feels good. I feel complete, I guess, in a way, but also it's like, just like, whoa, I just, if I go along it and I'm like, do I have everything? I feel like an old man doing that. Right.
I mean, I think the question they were trying to answer with this buff is the fact that I mean, there has maybe been at times a penchant in the community to, they don't want to punish you, like if you come in and so that you can't get loot at all if you don't participate. But then you also get problems sometimes where like people have hoarded whatever, and like you're trying to make this push on a map, and then you just like see them park it in a corner of the map and just like AFK until like whatever thing like procs, and like then they go, oh cool, well now the boss is up, so I'll do what I have to, and then I'll get my rewards. Which means that that particular run could be like really hindered because of it, because people aren't actively and fully participating. So I think that's kind of what they were trying to answer with this, where they were like, we want to make it so that like you uniquely do have to get something from participating in order to really have the highest chance of success. So like from that perspective, I actually like the design, but like I said, it does create these other problems. And I totally agree with the fact that I think that especially for players that like don't understand or don't know all of the different buffs, debuffs, all that kind of stuff, like looking at the visual information of what is happening at any given time, like trying to see like even just, I don't know, what boons did I apply? I don't know. Do I have this stack? Like sometimes it's incredibly difficult. And because we don't necessarily, as far as I know, have a lot of control over how that visual information is displayed, or like, you know, like to prioritize, like, oh, I'd like to see just my buffs and be able to move that over here and like blow this up so that I could see it better and make sure that if I'm supporting and I'm like providing boons that I can absolutely the most effectively see my timers, or like if it's an environmental thing, like we don't have that full extent of UI customization just in the game. So it makes like actually understanding some of that information incredibly difficult, to the point where like, yeah, I didn't even know until somebody shouted out on a map, like, hey, doing the event gives you a buff, that I was even getting up. I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, there is one, huh?
Right. Yeah. For sure. And they do this a lot, even with, you know, raid mechanics and stuff. You have mechanics that will give you a debuff, but it's on this tiny little debuff bar. Like you can see all these lined up buffs, and it's just you gotta awkwardly like hover over it and be like, oh, what does that do? What's the duration on that? And yeah, I agree. They don't have those UI elements to support so many unique buffs in the game, which is why I think the key system made sense, because you could easily track, like when you open your inventory in that map, you could easily just track how many keys you've got. Whereas the buffs, especially if you're a new player, they haven't done this buff system with the previous meta events in the previous maps. So you're not even like wired into this whole idea that you're supposed to be doing the previous events to stack some buff. As far as I know, anyway. Yeah, I haven't really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've not even got halfway through the podcast for the blog post, so we're doing great. No, we're about halfway actually. Let me just see. Oh god, yeah, there's so much to go. Damn it.
I think a lot of this stuff, there isn't too much to get into. So I think we should be... I think the big things, honestly, are like the rewards and
now for a long time, Groove.
I'm hopeful. Some of these things are.
If there is a stick on the floor, we will talk about it for 4 hours. Okay, literally, that is how it goes. And I believe it's your time to shine, Groove, with the DirectX
11
update.
Yeah. Do y'all like graphics? Hold on, let me get real close and personal for this one. Okay.
Okay.
So, DirectX 11 update. In the July 2021 studio update, we announced that we'd be upgrading our graphics API. I'm already messed up. Our graphics API from DirectX 9 to DirectX 11, DX11, as part of our long-term support plans for Guild Wars 2. This upgrade is the required first step in unlocking the client performance improvements and graphical upgrades made available by DX11. James Fullop, a senior engine programmer on Guild Wars 2, posted a blog post last year that covers the technical details of the upgrade. In September of last year, we introduced DX11 as an opt-in beta, and since then, the team has been hammering away at bugs and crashes related to the upgrade. Today, the feature is stable enough to move out to the next phase. With the May 10th release, we'll enable DirectX 11 by default for all newly created accounts. This means that all future players joining the game, whether it's from our official site or eventually from Steam, will benefit from DirectX 11 from their very first login. We'll be also removing the beta tag from the feature in the settings menu. As a note, existing players who are not participating in the DirectX 11 beta will not be automatically opted in on May 10th. But if you'd like to start using DirectX 11, you can enable it from the graphics setting menu. We didn't expect DirectX 11 to deliver substantial performance improvements all on its own, but we're seeing plenty of reports that indicate it's a nice bump to frame rates for many, so we encourage you to start using it. In the long run, we'll plan to deprecate DirectX 9 support and move to making DirectX 11 the default graphics setting for all players, new and veteran alike. This will open the doors for further improvements.
Yeah.
Woo,
More graphics.
yay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome.
I'm not very literate in graphics, so I don't know if I can contribute to this.
No, I
this
can.
section.
So personally, I have had, and I know other people have had big issues going between maps and stuff, loading screens. It's actually probably been the worst for me it's ever been. Funnily enough, with my game specifically, I know some people have had some big problems, like hanging screens on loading screens. I don't know if this is DX problems. In PvP, DX11 has issues from crashes games, and every so often that
Still got the
hasn't
Tengu
happened for a
wearing
while.
bright fluorescent white clothing.
Yeah, there's some. So there is. It feels a bit shaky still, honestly, for some people. But I think for a lot of people, it just doesn't. I think it's systems and they're still playing around with it. Like, hopefully, cool. We'll be in. Bring it to the now. There's DX12. You know, I mean, one day you never know. But yeah, cool. I guess. Anything else there people wanna?
I mean, it's necessary. Like, they have to do this. I mean, even we've seen in other MMOs around the same age, there's been a lot of push for graphical updates. I mean, this game looks beautiful. Its style has not, like, the actual artistic direction and style of Guild Wars 2, I think has given it just a ridiculous longevity. Like, it's still really gorgeous, and what they're able to achieve is really impressive. But, I mean, being able to move to DX11 will be great. It has been, from what I've heard, very shaky. I'm sure that they have a lot of good feedback and a lot of things that they've been addressing, though. So to feel confident in pushing it forward, I assume that a lot of those things have been addressed. As we always tell everybody, though, like, if you are trying this out or you end up switching after it comes out of beta and you're running into problems, take screenshots, submit detailed reports, try to, like, explain as much as you can the context of, like, what you were doing. Was it at login? How did, like, is it when you are only in this zone? Is it loading screens between zones, right? As opposed to just, like, sending a message that just says, like, it's garbage. Like, just, like, put something in there, try to let them know so that they can do their best to pinpoint if you're having any problems. But if they're feeling comfortable enough to do it, I mean, full speed ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. Despite all those issues, I still haven't turned DX11 off because the performance boost is so good, and I feel like I feel like the performance increase outweighs the potential graphic problems that we have at the moment, and it's just great to see that in a month that's going to be on by default, and I don't have to tell every new player to go into their settings, turn on DX11, restart the game, all that. It's like, yeah, really good to see. My frame rates are definitely heaps better with DX11, but it removes that stuttering, like the frame jumps, which is really good. Yeah, it's awesome to see that coming out of beta now. That's great.
Next one, world restructuring, and I'm gonna be listening, but I'm just gonna go over there very quickly. Okay, I'll be right back.
Have fun over there.
Have fun over there,
There's people outside doing things again. They're installing security stuff. Like, I've got package coming to later today as well during the podcast, and I have to go get it because people are stealing our packages. It's the whole thing. I'll be right back.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. He's about to go beat up some robbers.
Yay.
Fight some people over package.
Vigilante justice.
So the next section, world versus world. World restructuring. In our last studio update, we mentioned that we're actively investigating the queue bug that causes players to get thrown to the back of the world versus world queue after waiting in line on reset nights. It's frustrating to experience, and with the deep queues that happen during world restructuring beta events, it usually means that impacted players log off for the night rather than wait in line again. Unfortunately, this issue isn't something we've been able to reproduce in our dev environment. To help diagnose the issue, in the April 19th update, we're adding new data logging to the game that will allow us to collect the information needed to identify the root cause. In the meantime, the team has shifted their attention to designing the user experience surrounding alliances, a sub-feature of world restructuring that allows multiple guilds to matchmake together. We're also in the early phase of designing our next batch of rewards improvements for the mode. We'll have more details on this in a future blog. Edge of the Mist's instancing bug. Attention, all enjoyers of player-organized guild versus guild gameplay. There's a fix for the Edge of the Mist's instancing issue coming with next week's release. You'll be back to pin sniping and dodging in unison in no time.
Yeah.
Hey.
Nice.
World v World hype. I don't play a lot of World versus World. However, I'm still on the edge of my seat for the Alliance system. I think it'll definitely get me to play more World versus World. And to note that I think is pretty important, the increased rewards. They're looking at the next batch of reward improvements for the mode. I've heard a lot of my World versus World friends say that they're very excited, particularly for that point. So I think that's good news, good reassuring news.
So I'm like intrigued. What do you guys think would be really? What do you guys think would be good rewards from World
More
versus
class
World?
pins.
The same rewards from everything
Yes.
else, just put in there,
Right.
like PvP. I think World v World is I don't know. PvP feels like you earn enough. Like you get kind of the gold from like 40 silver for a loss and like a gold or so. I think you get gold or something for a win. And then you've got reward tracks, but you got reward tracks in World v World. Yeah, you've got legendary armor. You can get it. You know, it just takes forever.
Everything in World vs. World takes, like I was doing the calculations and stuff, it takes so much longer to get anything in World vs. World than any other mode.
It's because you're not essentially fighting all the time. Whereas in PvP, you are fighting. You're 50, you know you've got 15 minutes and that's a good time period. You know, and I know you've got ticks in World v World for reward tracks and running around and contribution, but it does feel longer. And like in PvP, you're like, you know, if I win lose, I've still got the other pip system in the league, so I can, you know, I go up in that, and I know it's the same in World v World, but it feels slower. I don't know why, and I think it's because, is it just because you're running around a lot? Like, I don't know. Like World v World feels infinitely broken to me. The reason why is because it just doesn't feel like it did at launch. It was like, it feels like it's just zergs of people running about most of the time, and it doesn't feel like World v World is essentially what they wanted it to be. Like, there's so many structures, and there's siege, and there's so much of this stuff. I think it's just my own issue with World v World, to be fair, that's coming out. But like, in terms of what you're talking about, like rewards, maybe this UI like change, and like, I hope maybe they're restructuring the whole thing. Maybe they're just looking at everything. Because I think World v World and PvP, they have the same UI, they have the same systems, but they're different modes completely. Like, it should just be separate. Like, have a different UI, have a different way of rewarding, have a different reason for why people would build siege on a keep or a tower, have reasons why people would upgrade a tower and want to keep that tower. Like, you know, your map gets increased rewards because you've kept the defense up for so long, etc., etc. Like, make it very unique to the mode rather than just be like, we're just getting the PvP reward track stuff and fly over, you know, because it's essentially what they did. I don't know. Make it more unique, I think.
I agree. Yeah. I think with alliances as well, I'm really excited for alliances, but because alliances ties all the guilds together, I think it would be really cool to have extra reward incentive for doing World versus World with your guild. Like, very specific, unique rewards for your guild if you manage to take those towers. I don't know what it would be, maybe like an armor set or something. Yeah, like there are World versus World guild missions, but
expand upon that.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like just having more unique guild rewards would be really cool. I would love a guild armor set, a little bit like a new guild armor set.
This is where they should be selling guilds the most, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, you know, guild missions really like, add them in. Just put more in World v World, like actual, like, and armor, adjustment on the armor. Like, they added the Guild Wars, because we're doing guild missions on Saturday. Quick LightBringers guild plug. You can be able to see in the description, there's a link and everything else. We're doing guild missions every 2 weeks. We got the guild hall as well last week, and we're going to be doing that again. But like you could get different skins for catapults, etc., and in Hearthorn they actually brought a new armor set in, right? And you upgrade. I can't remember if you upgrade it or if it's just looks like a better version of the older armor anyway. But like really, I don't know. They just could be doing something so much better with you're so right about this. You're so right. I just don't think about it at all because World v World I dipped out of. But
well, it seems like that's what they're trying to do, right? Like they're obviously we needed to even have the technology to be able to do something like this one. But they've talked a lot about knowing that the reward system, like, while there are things to get and there are good things to get, right? And if that's your preferred game mode and you want to play it, I think it's awesome that you can earn and achieve a lot of the stuff that you can even earn and achieve elsewhere, right? I like that they enable us to do that, but I agree that especially for players like coming in, other than getting like the Warclaw mount, or, you know, little things like that, the vast majority of players aren't necessarily going to feel as incentivized unless they are just inherently hooked on World versus World, right? So like getting people in to try it, diversifying what you can do in it, adding rewards to do it as a group. Like, I really do think that a lot of the momentum was kind of gone because of the fact that people couldn't group the ways that they wanted to. Like, people couldn't group with the guilds. Worlds got full, or you'd get like a world that just dominated because it managed to get like a reputation for that, and everybody went there. And like, you know, so to me, enabling groups to be able to run this more on their own terms was like step one. And then after that, really reworking those rewards, like you said. And there's some great ideas here, like for things that they could implement, be it like new gear sets. I've seen recently even how this, I don't know how they could do this. I have no idea. I've seen recently even how incentivizing just like seeing some mark of your own person or character or guild in a place can be. Like, I've always liked that when you capture it, like your little guild flag appears, or like, you know, your like it'll, when you capture a point, like your guild representing guild flag, you can choose which one shows up. But like, I know in the past, even in Guild Wars 1, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know how this all went, there was like a hall where like the top players would appear as statues. Is this correct?
So this happens in Guild Wars 2 now, yeah.
This is in Guild Wars 2 in PvP.
It's in PvP, yeah.
So it would be kind of interesting. I don't know if they even did something where like, if you were like the last group, you like dominated a map or something one week, like statues go up around a fort of like the people that capped it, or like, and then when you take over it, you get those. Yeah. Or like there'd be, you know, different rewards you could earn like that from the game mode, or even like have them show up in your hall, or like, I don't know. I just think there are a lot of ways that they could incentivize groups. Gear, rewards, mounts, skins, those are always things, but sometimes there are just delights in even just seeing the mark that you've left on the world.
Totally.
Yeah, I like that. That's true.
Yeah. I know you like New World, Jeb. I played New World with my group for a long time, and that does that sort of like, when your guild holds an area and you can change so much about that area, like how that area functions, like the taxes and all that. Like, I'm not saying add taxes to Guild Wars 2, but yeah.
That's the only point where I'm like, taxes.
There could be something there where if your guild controls a region, you can change stuff about that region, like, you know, or while your guild holds that zone, your guild gets its own like reward track pip system, where like you get more, you get pips for as long as your guild holds that zone. That'd be cool.
It could be a way to incent like a New World system. New World system is really good inherently, but like the problem is this like taxes. Taxes is actually one of the main problems, because people just raise them up, right, to craft and to own a house there as well. It's got so many good little systems in the game where you're like, it's one of those things where, funnily enough, I actually put a tweet out the other day which had so many replies about your perfect MMO, like the MMO you want to have. Your favorite MMO for each different feature. I can only put in 12 or so because Twitter. I was like crafting, classes, races available, wardrobe system, transmute system, dungeons, raids, endgame, open world, music, loads of stuff. It was so insightful. The problem is because I play Guild Wars 2, it's mostly Guild Wars 2 people just putting 1 to 12 GW2, but there were people in there who put like BDO, Final Fantasy, Rift, all these different games, older games where you're like, damn, you know, what would it be like to have this new world system in Guild Wars 2, for example, or Guild Wars 2 combat system in there? And it's like, sometimes I think, I don't know if game devs are like hesitant to do that, like put really good systems from other games into theirs and like just put their spin in it.
Jeb. We were just talking about this before the cast, right?
Yeah.
14 has just overhauled their PvP and introduced a new mode that is straight up as Overwatch. Like,
I agree. Well, I mean, I do agree with, this is the thing, I've always said like definitely do it, and I feel like a lot of games do. But I feel like PvP, for some reason, and like Final Fantasy, that's really, really good. And by the way, if you like Overwatch, go play that Gundam Pro Evolution that's coming out soon, because damn, that game is literally Overwatch, but Gundam skins. It's so good. Sorry, random. But you're right. You don't, there's so many games do it, but there's, for some reason, there's a little do. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think
okay.
Maybe with direct competitors, I'm not too sure.
I mean, I was just going to say, I always think it's easier to implement something new from scratch than it is to retroactively go back and completely overhaul a system, right?
Yes,
especially in MMOs where development is really forward thinking. Like, I mean, you play a lot of ESO, Jeb, and ESO has its own equivalent, Cyrodiil, right?
I was like, literally about to ask that,
yeah.
Cyrodiil is definitely...
So do you think that Cyrodiil... Well, here's the question, though. Do you think that Cyrodiil improves off of the formula? Like, are there elements that you think should be brought to make World versus World more dynamic? With New World, I mean, obviously, this is a new game that was built with a lot of PvP focus in mind. Like, you were just mentioning a couple of things from there. Like, for me, what would you want to see brought into World versus World to essentially make it something where you feel like this would take it to the next level? Are there any other games that have those traits that you think they've done really well?
Warhammer Online for sure was the best. Like, it was just the best RVR system, realm versus realm system. That's where they kind of, it was Dark Age of Camelot, then it was Warhammer Online. Guild Wars 2 took most of the features of Warhammer Online and made them better, apart from World v World, which is still a big... It feels a bit messy still, but like in Warhammer Online, the lore is very involved. All right, I know the lore is very questionable in Warhammer Online. People who like Warhammer old school, like, you know, the lore is a little bit off, but there is a track that you follow with RVR. So in Warhammer Online, you've got different races that are on different sides. So imagine, so you've got like the goodies and the baddies, and you've got like the good elves on this side, the bad elves on this side, the orcs, the god, like all this kind of stuff on there, humans, blah blah blah. And they've actually got this big class difference as well, which is horrible for balance. But like, you had so imagine World v World was going through the middle of a PvE map, and you would have PvE on both sides, like the top and the bottom, and then you'd have this World v World map in the middle, which you could just jump into and walk into. Wouldn't work in Guild Wars 2. But there is very much a progression. So you go from map to map after you have fought a battle. So you have a battle between two sides on this map here. Team A wins, they go to the next map, and they progress to the enemy team's main keep. So you could think of it a bit like a MOBA, for example, with towers, I guess. And then you go to their main, basically you're trying to fight to get towards their main base, where you have this massive battle at the end where you try and kill their bosses and their leaders, essentially their king and everything else. Like, it would take a long time to do it, but it was so rewarding. And like, siege was such an important part, but also like small scale fighting as well, because there's tiny capture points which were like towers in Guild Wars 2. It was just like there was a sense of progression rather than just going anywhere and doing anything.
So you,
I don't know if I think that was the reason why I liked it.
No. Let me see if I understand. So you're saying that the final keep that you would go to, like the final map, if you had progressed and you had beaten every other map within the series, kind of thing.
Yep.
Was that a PvE, or was that like the current reigning champion of the bad side players that like had set up their main
It was a mix, actually. So what you did was you went to, so if you were Destruction, which is the baddies technically, and you went to Altdorf, which is like the human city, you would basically have 6 champions on each team who were players that would turn massive and they would have like buff stats. But then there was a PvE boss that you had to kill for each team. So the king that was defending the base, and also the king or the leader who was attacking, and I think that's what it was. Order Forever. Yeah, I know. I was a warrior priest, of course. And like, so you'd have these massive PvP battle, which was 2 squads essentially in Guild Wars 2, fighting with 2 big massive PvE bosses that had a lot of HP. So you were fighting each other and fighting these bosses at the same time. And you got the rewards were just like end game gear. They did not mess about. But the drop, it was like a rare drop rate, or you got marks to purchase them, and it still took it took a time to get it. Like, this was the main feature of the game. Like, there was dungeons, there was loads of other stuff, but this was just such the main feature of the game where people just loved it and people were talking about it forever. You go and like talk to hardcore World v Worlders, most people probably played that or Dark Age, I would say.
Yeah,
it was so fun.
I think the thing with what you're talking about is that there's a proper win state, and if you win, you get stuff. I don't even know what happens if your alliance or whatever wins in World versus World. Like, if you have the most points on top, what do you get if you win?
You don't.
That's true.
You don't get anything. It's not like, but that's what seasons were, right? When right at the beginning, seasons were an end goal, which is kind of what you're talking about, Rook. That was like an actual goal. Like, that's what's missing from World v World. The end goal. Like, why am I doing this? And someone said it in the chat earlier. Very, very true. A lot of what that is about is community and getting together with your buddies and playing on Discord. That's what I enjoyed the most about it. But the actual game had quality rewards. I remember burning through, being like, damn, I need to do this fun thing to also get this fun thing.
I like the idea of giving World versus World, like, if we're looking at continuing to develop World versus World as like an ongoing game mode, right? Of like giving, because we talked about, I mean, even there you were bringing up, like, some people got blown up to big sizes and they got to be champions and things like that. So right, like earlier when I was saying there's like rewards that are not even necessarily just straight up gear. It's like, here we are seeing how we make an impact in the world, right? So like, or that, like, we get to have some unique role or something that we play, or we feel cool, or it would be interesting then if they decided to do something where, I mean, like you said, there could almost be some greater thing where, if you progressed enough, or if you beat a map, then yourself, like your group had a stronghold that you started out on the map with, and then you would have the ability to like place certain defenses, or like through your guild hall, because we have the interface for the World versus World with guild halls, where like supposedly you get these bonuses and you can put more defense and stuff like that on the map. So like, if you took control of a zone, then like you were the ones that controlled it, or you got like you were saying from Warhammer, a keep or a castle.
Have a look quickly at the stream while you're talking about this, and you'll be able to see the system, which is actually like the map system, like while you're talking. Like, what you're saying is awesome, by the way. Sorry.
So then, like you were saying, the greater season, like there might be like bouts from week to week or things like that, but the greater season might end up becoming something where it was about like, like how many wins did we get, or how did we progress, or did we hold this keep this amount of times, or did we get this many resources, or does that make us stronger? Or do we have control over the map if we have won it that week and then we start out with an advantage next week? Those are the things that I think turn it from just like a fun thing to kind of do from time to time to like a larger strategic game you're playing. But it would obviously take them developing this mode further and adding new features to it, which I don't think they are adverse to. I think there were just instrumental problems that were in like fundamental with like the way that they were using this outdated world separation system and stuff like that to enable them to try and develop it. But I like the idea of what you're saying. And I mean, it incentivizes wins. It gives a tangible impact on the world. You feel like you are working towards a larger goal. Those are all things that I think this idea of a kind of siege and capture mode, right? The idea is that that's what you want to be working towards. Like, there needs to be some kind of reward for having captured and sieged, and like feeling as though like getting yourself settled into position really gives you something that makes you feel cool and that challenges other people to want to topple you. So
definitely.
I mean, I think there's a lot of good potential. I think this is a unique game mode that other than like ESO, many other modern MMOs haven't necessarily fully explored. Arcade had some kind of interesting stuff as well with PvP and like trades and ships and ship battles, all kinds of stuff. I didn't get too much into it, but I heard a lot of interesting things about it.
Godlike. They were flipping amazing. I loved ship battles. Like building an arcade. Arcade literally has the best housing system, I feel, because not the best in terms of just like mechanics of how to build and everything else, but because you can build in the world that you walk around in. I've always found just absolutely amazing. That does, of course, mean that there's hardly any space. And like land grabbing was an actual thing that happened at the beginning of every server that was launched. Everyone would just run and try and grab land as soon as you possibly could, which was kind of a fun random thing to do. But like, I don't know. Anyway.
What's strange? Like, just real quick, like what's strange with World vs. World for me is that I don't do World vs. World a lot, but because there's like 4 maps running at the same time, I have no idea what the flow of like determining where you should go should be. And if there's 4 maps, it would be cool. I know it'd be really annoying with queues and stuff, but if it was just like the one map and then you have this match in the one map and then you progress to the next one, which is like the crystal, the desert borderlands, and then you progress to the next one. I feel like that'd really help a lot with direction, because often I'll just load into like one random map and I'm like, is there a commander on this map? No. Okay, moving to the next map.
Exactly.
And then when they move to a different map, I don't understand why. Like they'll just move and I'll be like, all right, I guess I'm following them.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a good point, because it is strange that there are 4 separate arenas for battles.
You know why that is, don't you?
Server sizes and data,
it's their tech,
I imagine.
It's the tech problems, probably. Yeah.
Can't you could
Great
split it up. You could have like, I mean,
Please,
it's not like they would have to increase the map size, but if you could have like multiple versions of that map running and all of your progress contributes to the one alliance across like the different versions of the first map and then the second map and the third map, it would be a huge rework, but I feel like it.
Yeah, let's do it now. Let's do it.
I think for me,
I'd like to
the
see
thing with World versus World is, which we talked about, was like that endpoint. Like, what is the start to finish? What is the storyline of this game mode? With PvP, it's understandable. Like, you fight to 500. Whoever wins that, you win. Raids, you kill the boss. It's strength missions, you kill the boss. PvE, kill the boss. World versus World, it always feels like it's a never-ending story where you can just kind of come back in it whenever you want,
and there isn't a story as well.
Yeah, there's not really a sense of what's happening.
It's just this endless missed war, which is what it is, right? Like that's what it's kind of sold on. But there's no. It would be nice to have a king, or it'd be nice to have like a queen, or it'd be nice to have a leader or something, or some kind of, even if it's a tiny. It doesn't have to be specifically PV, or maybe like with each alliance that you have, the Joko alliance, and it's very themed, your bases are more themed around Joko and stuff. I don't know, like just something extra. I don't know.
I agree. I mean, giving something like that, even where if like over the course of a longer season, you and your team had like captured and held the most ground, you had the most resources, you've gotten the most of these different advantages or whatever, and then like at the end of that, you got to hold this big keep, and then or you could face down or fight the other people that had it, and that gave you that opportunity. Having some kind of momentum I think would be great. And the mists are a great setting for all kinds of stuff. Like, I mean, we just had all this stuff with the Aether Blades. Like, they could do so many unique things with this. It's kind of tough too, because I mean, like I'm saying, these are all this is all feedback on this game mode. I think the game mode is fantastic and cool and unique and interesting. But as always with any content in any game, the question always becomes, how do we grow this? How do we build off of what we have and continue to energize it and innovate within it? So, for anybody who's a World versus World lover who's hearing us talk about this, it's not to say that we hate the mode. It's really honestly because there's so much potential for the mode. But I mean, even if those different maps, I mean, like you were pointing out, Bloom, what are the advantages or disadvantages? I find myself even sometimes going why does it matter what I do or don't capture? Because we just need to have the majority of the map. But I'm sure there are greater complexities than this. This is and I haven't played a ton, so this is my outside opinion. If I'm thinking about what would motivate me, right? What makes a strategic capture? Well, okay, well, if we capture this, does it make it's a stable or something? Does it make our mounts faster while we have control of it? If we capture this, it rations. Does that mean that our NPCs that are protecting the other lands that we have, they're better fed now, so they're stronger and their health pools go up? If we have this or hold that, like, it's these trade-offs of things that, like, in my days of thinking, like playing Age of Empires, you know, right? Like, it's like there are these certain advantages to having various assets, resources. In a fantasy world, you can get all kinds of wild with it. I mean, even using all the other abilities, maps, layers, masteries that we have in the game, I think they've always tried to, like, really control and restrict exactly what World versus World or PvP does with that. But, like, I would love to see you, as you progress through these maps or something, like, have to be on a map that is notoriously annoying, or like that's like Heart of Thorns, the jungle, right? Where like the keeps are, you have to figure out how to even get there, and then like one where there might be distinct advantages to having this or that, or this kind of mount, or this sort of thing. Like, I think that they could build so much off of this, even just using the masteries that we have. Like, you could do so much with it if they
look at that idea in chat though. Look at that in chat. 1 year says, before mega servers, I don't remember that being a thing, but genuinely, I'd be like, damn, that actually would be sick. Like, Alliance, like, your Alliance does very well in that day in World v World, and like, if you were in that Alliance, you go into a map with an extra buff. I know that would be cheeky for people who don't like World v World. It could be, even if it was like 1% of extra luck or something, like it just as an extra little tiny thing, which probably doesn't matter really. Like, you know, actually kind of, was that the case? Because if that is, I actually think that's very cool. For me, I actually think that's very cool. For Access, I don't. Like, I'm very torn sometimes, but I actually kind of like that. But I actually think more specifically, I remember back in the League, what were the rewards for the seasons in World v World? Does anyone remember? Like, this was back before Heart of Thorns. Oh, man.
I mean, I started playing in Heart of Thorns.
Damn it, none of you remember.
What was the reason for them removing seasons? Like,
Chat, what was the reason?
Probably because they kept doing like world swapping more and more because the population couldn't sustain itself. So if you did seasons, it would be just too volatile, I'm guessing, to actually match up skills. Because it's also a system where you, because they were world based, you'd have to pay real world money and gems to transfer. But with this situation with alliances, it kind of alleviates that. So seasons could come back theoretically.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
And I see like Boxy Business in chat that like capturing farms gives you resources to build siege weapons. But like, to me, this will sound, I know what you're about to say. I have trouble caring, to be honest.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. That is essentially it.
It's that end goal that's missing.
State. Yeah, it's like I can do all this cool stuff, but like, why?
But someone's going to come along in like 2 seconds later with their mates, or just literally get this camp and just cap it. Like, you know, the only way you are not going to get that is because there is this weird kind of smoky buff on someone's head and you can't kill them. Like, because they don't want you to flip
to put it in the sense of a theme park for an MMO, everything is like a roller coaster. There's like a start and end point. World versus World is like a Ferris wheel that never ends. It just feels like
it's like a crappy teacup ride.
And you can't get off.
Yeah. Or it's like you decide to get off whenever, but it really like makes no difference.
Honestly,
you just like, you know, what's the...
If they got 15 versus 15 and put it into an instance, I guarantee you most of the people from World v World would go to that instance and World v World would probably be dead. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, it is literally like, I'm not saying everyone, obviously, but like a lot of people, this is why they won't do it. I feel like this is exactly why they actually won't do it. Probably. Like, because that's what happens. People run around in big groups like this. It's not 15, it's more. And they want to have fights in the open field. I get it. That's cool. But like, that's what they care. But that is the caring right there. Right there is the fighting. That's what people care about. They don't want to do all the other stuff of getting forts and siege and other things. You have to make the reasons for people to care about siege, to care about forts, to care about the stuff which I actually really bloody like about World v World. You know, the sieging, the going through and building your army from start to finish. You know, I've taken this tower, now I've got this other tower which was slightly bigger and has an extra room with extra loot in it, then the next one, and now I'm going to SM in the middle, which is more of a challenge, and there's also other teams doing it. This is why World v World at the beginning of launch was absolutely amazing, because that was the goal. SM was always the goal, like go to, you know, Eternal Battlegrounds, get SM, you've got it, and you keep it. And there was a pride about keeping it as well for some reason. Now it doesn't matter. It's like it just flipped. It's just like instantly. It's just like, oh, it's someone else's now. Oh, it's ours again.
Well, I mean,
oh, someone
so
else's.
there's so much they could do to build off, right? Like, I mean, like I said, if it's a capture thing, even having like really unique advantages to change how you strategically approach things. Like, okay, well, we want to assault this main keep in the center of the map, but what do they currently have that's supporting them? Oh, they have access to these quarries, these mines, right? So the stone of their fort, like the stone of their fort is reinforced. And we can tell this because like the walls are higher than they normally would be. So we need to take that down first, and then we can like plot when we're going to do this. Or like we want the cannon factory. I don't know, because that'll make our siege weapons,
they have better cameras.
Explosive. They could even do some really cool stuff like 14 recently had this open world zone, and 14's open world design. I love the game for so many reasons. Its open world content is not one of them. But there was there was a thing that they did that I thought was really cool, which is that in one of these big open world zones that have these big group efforts, they also put in these like leader force, like these like special
like Power Rangers leader force.
It's like a special enemy, right?
And dynamic events, basically.
A dynamic event, right? So there's like a special enemy that'll pop. And if you have participated or excelled at like some of the other events that happen in the zone, a thing will pop up on your screen and it says like, you know, they have noticed that you are a worthy enemy. You know, do you want to be considered to 1v1 them? And then you can hit like yes, and everybody that hits yes, like it'll draw somebody randomly from that, and then you on the map in front of everybody in this like little closed off instance bubble 1v1 this enemy, and there's like achievements for like completing all of them, and like
that
special
sounds
titles
well
and
good.
stuff. Yes, it was like actually one of the coolest things I think that they put in. So like imagine even in World versus World, if like you had done enough on the map or you had undermined enough things or whatever, there were like these other systems, and then you yourself, like you had killed enough people or something that you had caused the toppling of whatever fort. I don't know. You put the flag in X amount of things. Like you became a competitor of great value, and then you would have like the chance to face, like you were kind of saying, against some kind of like really powerful PvE enemy that could spawn on a map, and there'd be like unique rewards. Or even if there was like some kind of capture point, like I don't know, some little area that was like, you know, a hub of intel, and you could go up to it and it would be like only one person may be able to enter this. Like, would you like to, you know, send somebody to infiltrate? And then that person would have like a shot at infiltrating that and like controlling that resource. Like, because if we're talking about the problem of Zergs, I think it becomes this thing of how do we break up the action so that there is value in being a roamer, so that there is value in being somebody who's strategically capturing things, so that there's value in launching a double-pronged assault, so that there's value in, so like they have to give different things around the maps to break up, you know, like if you know, or like have different forts that you capture, launch different assaults to try and undermine your enemy, and then you're having to split your forces because you're like, oh, we have to, everybody quick, get in here, there's 3 of the platoons from X thing that are spawning, so we need to split and fight up. Like that's where I think that they could do a lot that would be really exciting.
Sorry, I totally agree. Like they need to condense those fun experiences down. And I feel like having dynamic events pop up where it's like, because the problem is that I think ArenaNet have designed World versus World to where they want it to be this organic experience where there is no UI telling you this thing is being attacked, go defend, like hit this button to go defend it or whatever. But yeah, new players get confused, and it would be really cool if it gave you dynamic events on forts where it's like these 3 forts, I don't know, bonus rewards if you capture these forts right now. And then every like every alliance is splitting up to these 3 different forts.
Yeah.
It's something that I think they do well in PvE with meta events where you split up and it's less of this huge zerg because you've got people running different lanes. And I feel like it doesn't happen enough
That's
in World vs.
interesting.
World where you have like people having to split off to like do things at the same time.
They could do better. They could do that. Like use their strengths in other modes, like you say, with meta events and stuff, and bring them into, because that's what meta events are. There's a progression, right? It's a progression from one thing to the next, and it feels like there's an actual progression, an order, an aim, a goal, and that's what they could do. Like, you know, they could do that. It could be a campaign, like we start a campaign which they kind of did, if you remember. They introduced really a long time ago, and this was to manage small populations as well, and to give people a chance to get the first tower in maps. It was basically an event which pops up, still up, and you have a champion, and they basically push. But when they've got like 5 people, you push the first tower, and they're quite strong, and you can get the first tower down, etc., etc. It would actually be cool if you had like an event which like maybe encouraged you to do that, so you could get extra rewards in each map, like, and you chose which one. I know that's like, very, very random, but like, I don't know. I actually really enjoy talking about this kind of stuff, like just ideas about the game, what you can put into it. I actually just wrote some new ideas for podcasts. I was like, design a map podcast, design a mode podcast, design a set podcast. I was thinking, damn, I want to do some of these where we just like think about unicorns and like, you know, all the things, and just like, do you know what I mean, like anything that you can do. I'd love to do that.
Like you're saying, Rook, I think World vs. World is a really cool mode that a lot of MMOs don't do properly, and even New World was like kind of just felt like a lesser version of World vs. World. And they should really hone in on that. And I think the only people that understand that flow are like really experienced commanders. But as a new player, if you jump into World vs. World, you don't have that direction. But if you're so accustomed to looking at like dynamic event circles and stuff, if you had that in World vs. World, a new player could jump in and be like, that's an event, I'm going to go there, and there'll be people there that are going to show up.
Have is when there are battles, like the cross swords icon does appear, but it is kind of small. It can get lost sometimes, but
there is an actual
visual could be better.
Yes, the visual as well.
I don't think there's a reward. Is there like there's no reward associated to
No, it just notifies you of where there's a battle. But it might not even be around any keep. It could just be like a skirmish going on.
We used to do that back in the day. You'd be like, oh, we want to put cross swords on this keep so we can fool people into going there, and then they can't waypoint because you can't waypoint if the keep's under attack. So you would do that, and it was strategy, you know, it was a viable strategy. People still do that. But like in one thing that Warhammer Online did have was an instant button where you can go to the action that's going on right now. So you'd have it was like a scroll in the middle of the screen when you walked into a map or you press the keybind, and it would say like, go into the fight right now. Okay, there is a fight currently happening in Keswick Hills, that's not Warhammer, but you know, whatever. Or do you want to go to this map where tier 3 action is happening? And it would give you different options. It'd be like, this is where fights are happening. Do you want to go to the big fight, the smaller fight, or the medium fight? And it's like, oh, cool. Yeah, I've got choices. And I can get into the action like right now, and I know where it's happening. That would actually feel like a really basic thing they could do to solve what you're kind of talking about, Bloom, with the getting into the action. Because that's the experience that everyone has. Unless you've got a goal, unless you're like my teapot and you're going into World v World, you're like, we're going to go here, everyone join me. Like that is a very different experience. It's like different for streams if you're getting groups of people. But like me, when I'm going into World v World, it's the same thing. It's like EB first, because I know there's probably going to be people there. Oh, no commander, crap, here we go. Let's go to the Borderlands. And then I've got to go to the Borderland, which everyone hates. And then I'm going to, and then you're like, oh, I've spent half an hour trying to find a team or a group of people actually are doing something, and then I've got to tag up anyway because no one wants to tag up. But there's lots.
Someone mentioned a capture the flag, and that would be Amazing. I would love a capture the flag where we have to storm someone's keep, grab their flag, and take it to our keep for extra points.
That was the
I would
PvP
love
mode in Guild Wars, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure that was the Guild Wars PvP mode.
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
I've always thought that it'd be such a cool mode in Guild Wars.
I think it was
They
Guild
could,
Wars, mate.
they could do something with like relics, ancient relics, or like possessing this thing, and you grab it and then you keep it in the fort and defend it. Yeah.
The classic Halo mode that I play every day. Like I play Halo is probably the PvP game I play the most of because I love Halo. But like
I love Halo too.
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
a big Halo fan.
Infinite like multiplayer is like me reliving my early 20s. Sorry, Groove. That Groove is like,
Why am I taking offense
go
to
and
this?
play Halo. Like it just, I'm saying sorry to myself as well because that was a long time ago.
I was like, you should be apologetic to yourself.
Halo 3 was so good. You used to have like guilds and stuff. Oh my god, I miss those days. Anyway, sorry. I don't think we're going to talk about Worlds today. We might not get to it.
Speed round, Jade bot scavenging.
Yeah, let's go with that. Who's going to go with the Jade
I
bot?
can do Jade Bot and the March 29th because these we don't really have to talk about. This is kind of just updates. In the March, okay, so Jade Bot scavenging. In the March 29th update, we made a change to the Jade Bot scavenger protocols that make them no longer grant materials or trophies for player kills. This change was intended to address an exploit elsewhere in the game, but World vs. World players took splash damage in the process and were unfairly nerfed. We'll revert this change for World vs. World in the April 19th update. Happy scavenging. And then as for the March 29th balance patch, we made some significant changes to the World vs. World profession balance in the March 29th update, and for the most part, we like what we're seeing. However, there are a few lingering issues that we don't want to wait until June's profession update to address. We're still monitoring and formulating our plan on this front, so we're not ready to share details quite yet. But we wanted to let you know to expect some additional World vs. World specific balance adjustments in the May 10th release.
Balance is
So more World vs. World stuff.
Yeah, balance is pretty. It's what. Should I tell you what? I'm gonna be sad for a second. Okay, I'm gonna be sad for a second. And I forgot to bring the thing up. But balance has not been where I was hoping it would be. In all honesty, it's not.
Yeah.
I am a little bit disappointed with everything they've done so well, and I've been so happy with the expansion. It's easily the best expansion they've released. It's not the content. Well, balance is content, but for PvP, PvP has just been left. In all honesty, maybe that's why I'm sad. But balance is. In PvP specifically, I don't know really about PvE as much because I haven't been raiding and striking.
PvE balance is good at the moment.
PvE
actually.
is good.
It's interesting. I do hate the 5-person boon cap change.
I actually like that.
I actually think it's
that.
hurt. It's hurt
it's all right.
more than it has helped.
Can you say why?
I have spent significantly longer forming up groups rather than actually playing the content, because it is so limited. It doesn't mean that it's restricted build diversity, and I think that's what a lot of people were saying. They were worried there was going to be a mirror comp. That wasn't the issue. It's just the amount of time that it takes to form up people. So we now
you've got
have
one
to go,
person doing one job for everyone rather than two people, right?
essentially, and you have to now fill both parties with that. So
With quickness, with alacrity.
it's created more of a headache, and I've only been doing strikes for the most part, so
Right.
I've noticed it quite a lot.
I have I've actually enjoyed it, and a bunch of my friends were like, whenever I do strikes, I do them pretty much every day. I just open a group and just do like chill run, all welcome. And despite doing that, we always somehow end up with a group that has either like quickness in each group or alacrity in each group. If we have both in each group, then it's like ideal. But it's been surprising to me and my friends how many people are starting to play supports now over just DPS, because there's so many more slots to fill.
Or hasn't that phrase even support? Hasn't that even changed over the years of what that actually means as well?
It's not an emphasis on healing. It's
interesting.
just an emphasis on providing two boons, quickness and alacrity.
It's interesting.
Yeah, but I found it interesting because it's opened up. Like I'm trying to get a group together right now with my friends to start like a raid group, and it's really fun. Trying
That's nice,
to work out.
Sorry. You're he knows I'm being sarcastic because he's
I think
training.
it adds, yeah, but I think it adds a lot of variety having to find like 2 alacrity, 2 quickness, and the rest DPS over just being like, okay, I'm going alacrity, healer, you're going quickness.
Yeah.
All the rest of you're all DPS monkeys. None of you can do anything else.
There's
You're
definitely
just DPS,
options, yeah, because you can run. There is like builds where you can adjust
It's not a matter
yourself
of
a little
can
bit.
run. It's come into a matter of you have
don't
to
want
run.
to.
Because
Oh,
it's the
yeah.
community. It's
Right.
the community angle that they need these 2
Yeah.
specific boons.
Do you
And-
think, Criff, that opens? It means that people can maybe not. Well, maybe are forced a little
it's
bit out
not-
of their own kind of comfort zone, and maybe a lot of people don't like that. Is that what
It's
you
not
think?
the
it is, or-
onus of the change of the number of. I think the reason that we're seeing more diversity in builds is not because of the limit to 5 targets. It's the fact that these elite specs offer so many things, and people are just naturally. But they are being forced to do it because you have to fill these roles, and the community says you have to fill them. But I still think that would have occurred because of just the newness of these elite specs, and this batch of elite specs being so populated with alacrity and quickness, and even support capabilities like healing and barrier. Path of Fire, we only had like a couple access to group stuff, and Heart of Thorns especially, Chronomancer was the only one who could do that. So this one feels like it's not because they changed it to 5 targets, it's because they designed these elite specs with so much more group potential that we're seeing this diversity.
That sounds good
feel
though.
like-
Doesn't it
Yeah,
sound
I
good?
mean-
but it just is taking long. It like
Right.
I'm getting agitated with like the
Sure.
amount of, because originally Guild Wars 2 was like, we don't want you standing around waiting for people.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't do a Trinity system. But now they're not doing a Trinity system. They're doing like a pentagon where you have to have like DPS,
Yeah,
healing,
it is. You're
sometimes
right.
a tank, and now specifically
They've gone
quickness
the
and
other
alacrity.
way. They've gone the actual other way.
But
That's
I
interesting.
think I know Rook will relate to this. I really love that now it feels like something like Final Fantasy where you have 2 healers in each group. Like you have 2 healers, 1 for each subgroup. And it makes sense to me given that a fractal group is 5-man and you have those roles in 1 5-man. You've got like the healer, alacrity, quickness, 2 DPS in fractals. And then when you go to strikes, it's like a perfect double of that. And you don't, I don't know, it just...
It translates better.
It's really good. Yeah,
translates a
it
bit
translates to every mode really well to me because the composition doesn't really change. You just double it when you have.
I think
essentially.
maybe the problem then is that many players haven't necessarily felt, up until they start doing this kind of content, they haven't necessarily felt maybe as empowered or knowledgeable about what it means to be playing essentially what would be a support role within the game, which is a problem that I think we even see when it comes to like people building for something like healing when you get to raiding versus just what you are doing to survive out in the open world of the game. I mean, I've even seen in a lot of like Dragon's End metas, right, where we've been talking about, we even mentioned earlier that we've heard more discourse around that, where players are actually considering things like they would more so in a raid. But then we run into people where I have somebody I'll see in a run, you know, somebody's like, we need a lack. Everybody switch, you just switch. And like, there's just silence and everyone sits there. And then finally one new person is like, I mean, I
guess I can do it.
they're like, I probably could, but what do I need to do for that?
Yeah.
So I think the problem becomes that like,
Great acting there, by the way. Very good.
Thank you.
It's like you went to school for that or something.
I think that Kroof and Bloom, you both have like valid points of like what maybe the next step is here, right? Because Bloom, you're saying, oh, I'm seeing that more people are more encouraged to try to do these things because the load has to be split more so across the group. But maybe the community hasn't yet caught up in bridging the gap to having flexibly and at the ready those kinds of builds, which then becomes like with 14, it has the great benefit of building its entire game around a trinity. So like if you are a healer, here is the kit that they give you, and these are the things you are expected to do as a healer. So like You learn that in the dungeons you run. You learn that in the trials you run. You learn that in the, like, what do I have? I have to Isuna this thing. If it has a little bar above it, cool. And like the amount of buffs / boons that we have in 14, we used to have more, but they just keep whittling them down to just only a damage
Do you like
up.
that?
I hate it, but that's a whole nother podcast.
Okay. All right.
So,
well, there's a question, something on chat where I was actually going to ask about that question. So if it's going to be a podcast, maybe not.
Well, I mean, we can talk about that too. But what I mean to say is that I like that Guild Wars 2 is building and solidifying a support category, because I actually love having support.
Yeah.
And if they can figure it out, that means that they can build more off of it. Granted, right now we're dealing with these two big ones that are so dominant in the space. But if we're making a space for it in content, then that's good. But the community has to also be empowered to bridge the gap, to understand in what context they need to be using things like different builds. And I think Dragon's End is a good point to start, like, people are starting to see these conversations and hear them outside of context beyond raiding. The strikes and the popularity of the new strikes as well, I think, has opened up a big dialogue. But we need to, again, maybe even with some of the reworking that they're going to do in the base game, or with some of the strikes being introduced earlier in the game, right? This conversation of like what you are bringing to the table and the different builds that you have and build templates, which we have now that we didn't used to have. Like, these are all things that I think are good ideas in empowering a community to get more of a support player base, to get more of a diverse, like, I have multiple builds in my pocket at any given time because I know to expect that and to build for that. But it's something that we have to actually reinforce with the community so that we actually see those players start to show up in numbers, in which, Kroof, like you're saying, we don't have a kind of lull where it's like, please, can somebody please just fill this role? Like,
I think
it's not even
right,
specifically support builds, because Harbinger is very DPS oriented, but it still fulfills that niche of quickness. So it's not that they are becoming a focused support player or really branching into that support. They're just taking one trait that allows them to provide it. And even before this, we had in raids 2 healers most of the time, because healing, I think, is totally fine. I don't think healing needs to affect 10 targets. Healing, I think, actually should affect single targets more often rather than 5 to build a little bit more. But for boons in specific, I think we are going down like a very strict, it feels very narrow in terms of the build diversity that you can actually run now.
Oh, you actually think it's less?
I think classes we're seeing more variety, but in terms of the builds, but inside that class, I think you're going to narrow it down to just that proper quickness and that proper alacrity build, rather than having like, okay, so we already have one person providing like a decent amount of group alacrity and quickness. People can have more fun with their DPS builds.
I mean, for me, I sort of agree, but I also sort of disagree in that, like, I'm playing Catalyst at the moment, and you can build it for a DPS support. I mean, you can build it for like a quickness support healer or a like full DPS. And I feel like having both of those slots open in a subgroup means that if someone's going quickness, then I can go for the full power, and vice versa. And then,
well, if you have someone that goes for it.
Oh, this is the future.
But then oftentimes, if you are in the position where no one else is, and they see that you're on that class, they're probably going to ask you to do that specific role.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for like applying quickness and alacrity isn't that interesting of a role. It's a boon that you give, but it's
the thing that the community says that we absolutely need, and they are maybe even.
I agree. Making it 5-man.
By the way, you can both disagree, and that's also fine.
No. But I do totally see your point.
When we have
alacrity and. It's not really
this
like
is the problem with having too many nice people in our podcast.
But
Everyone has way too respectful.
I think the real problem, as Rook was saying, is that it's maybe not clear for new players that there are these roles that exist, which perfectly segues into the next segment.
I love that you're doing that, and you are very, very welcome to return. But I am gonna talk I'm gonna put one last point on something as well, which is important. Okay, so imagine. So we all know what it's like as human beings. This is going to be very therapist-y and mental health oriented. So just warning for you if if you're not interested. As human beings in our daily lives, and as we grow older, and we come across change, we come across things in our lives which do adjust our lives, and sometimes that is very, very difficult to think about and to move through, because we like to know where we're going, we like to know what we're doing, and we like to know that that's going to be the way things are. We don't all like surprises. Anxiety is a thing and all the stuff. In games and in challenges and in work, sometimes something can come along where if that changes, that impacts our life in a different way. And when we're talking about life, we're talking about our MMO life, we're talking about the games we play, we're talking about Guild Wars 2. If there is something that comes along, it might take, sometimes it's going to take us a little bit of time to get used to that. And then there are defenses which come up, you know, things like we start complaining, we get upset, we get sad, we don't want to do the things, we rage out, we say, we complain. And I would think you honestly find that in like maybe 1, 2, 3 months time, no one's going to care. They would have got used to it. They would have got used to it. And I feel like this is a big thing in ESO as well. And there will be people that care about like 5 and 10 person buffs and stuff. But a lot of it is getting used to a system which is, as long as it's a good system, obviously, if it's just rubbish, then yeah, fine. It's just, sometimes it just takes a lot of getting used to. And as people start to do it, like Rook brought up a really good point, is that they are literally enabling players at the moment in a way, they need to do it more, to think about using quickness and alacrity in their builds in other areas of the game. They're linking that. World v World, PvP isn't, it's probably the only outlier because there's only 5 people. But like Dragon's End, I definitely take alacrity and quickness if I can on different engineers. I run Scrapper for rezzing, things like that. When people start talking about a map chat, people really want to get that event done. They start looking at the chat, they start engaging, and there's like people organizing. Like I started to organize groups in my squad in a meta. Like I never did that ever before. I never had to do that. And then we started chatting in my group, and it brought back that old school MMO vibe of like talking to people in the game that you don't actually know. And then I was like, damn, this actually feels good. But it meant like going out of my shell a little bit and changing my thought patterns a little bit and adjusting to something which was different, which was maybe in the end actually was more beneficial. So change is tough and difficult, and sometimes there are things we do which maybe like, you know, we might get sad about that, we might lash out, all the other things which we obviously know is where Reddit comes in, but like, you know, it was a bit of a long-winded explanation, but I guess things are hard and it will get easier for sure. But that's when an LFG is going to be the answer, Kroof, right? That's what LFGs are, and single target healers, because your groups will form quicker.
So what would you queue up as? Quickness?
You could queue up as a quickness or alacrity.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole discussion I would love to have about.
Oh, Kroof, it's just a joke. Like, I'm not trying to invalidate you.
Because I think we need an LFG, but I think the way that this is going, it's actually going to diminish the possibility of an LFG.
Do you think it's going to be too intricate, like too many roles? It's
too specific. It's going to be too specific to actually do.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, I have to counter. I absolutely like.
Let's do it.
Honestly, I think this is a kind of. I think there are pros and cons to this change. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. As a healer, if I'm in a squad and I am healing, I will only heal the squad that I am in, right?
No. You will be able to heal others if everyone in your squad. If everyone in your squad is healthy, you can heal others.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But like, if my squad is not healed to max and I drop a heal on somebody who is not in my squad, will they receive that heal?
If everyone's in the same location, you will only heal them.
If they're not, yes, you will. But like, so it's the same with, it's kind of like boon dispersion as well. If like there's other people,
subgroup would be, it would be.
It's always priority. It's just priority group. So you can put boons on other people as well if your group members aren't nearby, for example.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is one part of it that I do think is strange, because there have been moments where, like, in raid or something, I'll be saying to I'll be like, oh, and this, and like, I'm going to give this and everybody's going to get stuff. And people will say, like, ha ha ha, your heals don't work on me. So it doesn't even matter. You don't matter. And I'm like, oh. Like, so those moments are very weird. I want to say just in general that those moments are very weird as somebody who like you're trying to heal or support, but to have these strange conditionals on like, what is the actual effectiveness that I have? Now, because of the structure and design within this, I mean, it is oftentimes very likely that you are all stacked together, and that if both people are doing what they are supposed to be doing and healing and, you know, booting and stuff like that, that you will have full group coverage. But I mean, those weird conditionals do make it feel strange when you have abilities that it feels like I should just be able to use this. So there's that component. The other side of this, though, is that I do think that there comes a time where we do have to narrow in on something. And like, I say this particularly with PvE content in mind. Comparing a game like Final Fantasy XIV to ESO specifically. ESO, far more freedom of build. You can actually build. You can actually do things. I mean, Guild Wars 2 falls in this category too, but I want to do these as polarizing opposites because I actually think that Guild Wars 2 sits more in the middle. Yeah. So ESO on one side, they were like, do we want to have to narrow in and hone in on these classes in order to create content that provides more specific and detailed challenges that are oriented and anchored and balanced around what we can control, thus like roles or very specific builds, etc.? Or do we want to try to design content that is like, well, yeah, you can kind of bring whatever, but then admit the fact that likely the challenge precision and like specific.
Wait, you've brought a new character in. Like, who is this character? I'm sorry, but you've got the old lady. Who is this new person? You can't just do that.
I am a myriad. I am a one-woman show unto myself, Jebro.
Someone in chat named them. I'm sorry, but that was great.
I'm just like, frozen Joya. No, like, so then you bring a character into Elder Scrolls, and they're saying like, okay, so then if we don't want to do more specific build expectation, niche roles, etc., right? Yeah. Then that means that we have to create a far broader experience that just about anything could kind of maybe do, which means that you actually see, I think, the precise difficulty suffer. Versus something like Final Fantasy XIV, where all of the roles are hyper controlled and they are constantly facing this question of like, we need to keep everything as perfectly balanced as we can. Keep it perfectly balanced. So that means that if we have one outlier that's more difficult to play, but it doesn't, we have to keep all the numbers the same. So then we'll have to make that class more simple, I guess. But then these ones that like, so, but we can, because of this and because of the extreme control.
Like you have to have this, you have to have that.
No. The class designs themselves are more controlled and defined, so like the general balance of all classes is better, but the options that you have as far as the actual like what agency do I have over my class, right? Like you don't, because in essence you will play what they have given you. These are the abilities, this is the role, you are a healer, so as a healer you have this. But because of that, they can create more mechanically finessed fights where that like threshold, right, they are balancing around very specific things and very specific ways that people will navigate them, so they can create very specific challenges within that. So Guild Wars 2 kind of falls in the middle. Sorry, this is sort of long, but hopefully it will reach a good point. Like, Guild Wars 2 kind of falls in the middle, where we have a lot of freedom, and in certain modes, that freedom and that ability to play and build and experiment and all that kind of stuff really shines. Open world stuff, so on and so forth. Although metas, there is some variation. But then we have the great dilemma, which is the PvE instanced content. And we saw with stuff like the early strikes in Icebird Saga that the challenge, it's like, oh boy, okay, this kind of feels sort of generic. This sort of feels like that is a case of we are trying to design for too many options. Yeah. So all of this to say, I think there comes a point for every single game, and we've even seen ESO face this. And I would argue that while they have maybe solidified more of a trinity in the game, some of the content has become more interesting and challenging as a result. And in Guild Wars 2, it's kind of the same. Like, I think there comes a point in instanced content where you have a choice to make, and you either start building around these very specific identities, I suppose, which, yes, I agree with you, in a sense, limits what you could play with, in a sense, right? In that particular context of that mode, but at the same time allows them to balance fights around a more specific threshold that makes way for more interesting and compelling and specific mechanics and structure and design. And I don't really like, I think there's value in both. I think there's value in an absolute freedom, and I think there's value in balanced control. Guild Wars 2 has always tried to straddle the line, and sometimes it works really well and sometimes it doesn't. And I don't envy them having to try and do this.
Yeah.
Well, is that why?
tough.
That is also why they moved away from the way they had dungeons as well, because dungeons were made with the idea that you don't have a tank and you don't necessarily need a healer. There is the only toughness is the only thing really, like, in there. You didn't need anything specific. But there was always that idea of missing something. Like, the boss might focus someone specifically by accident because it was toughness, and no one knew back in the day that that's how you tanked in Guild Wars 2. And I don't think they ever told anyone. I don't know if they ever mentioned it early on. I can't remember. But their whole ethos and changing was very much what you're saying, Rook. That's why they went to fractals. And even though fractals are a little bit closer to dungeons, they're more focused fights with strats, with ideas of, you can do this a lot quicker and better, and reward focused with quickness, alacrity, blah, blah, blah. But they hadn't, obviously with the beginning fractals, they hadn't had those buffs come in yet. So I think there was definitely a switch up and a plan to go with that maybe over the course of things, and kind of go with this identity. And I agree, I loved the idea of Guild Wars 2 breaking that idea of a trinity. I loved the idea of that. But I think it's just not, like you explained, it's just not, it doesn't work. It's just it doesn't work for maybe what MMOs are doing right now. And maybe there is a way in the future to do that. And there's going to be a game and there's going to be a company that does that. And when they do that, they're going to do it very, very well. ESO is great because you can just play whatever the hell you want most of the time. You just need to have a tank and you need to have healers, and there are abilities. It's less traits, because ESO doesn't have traits. Essentially, it has like ways that you can put skill points into different things, but you can get skill points so you can put it into everything anyway. So it's more specific abilities. Like, I have an ability as a DPS or as a healer. It doesn't matter which one, where I can improve the damage of my group, and also get magicka back, which is mana. Or I can do a thing where, I create a combo field, which in ESO is different. You have to press a button to interact with it, where it gives me magicka regen, because in ESO, getting your resources back is one of the big support things. It's not about boons and extra damage, it's about keeping your resources up. So it's like, and that's why I like ESO. It's a little bit more about resource management. It's a very interesting game. But like you said, their raid encounters now have got much better. They've got sets more specific to healing than ever, really, as well. There's sets which focus on overhealing. There's a wicked set that I love, because I really do love overhealing, because I just spam my heals as a Templar, where it's called Healy's set. And basically, when you overheal, they get a buff so they can do more damage, and also the healing spreads out to people around them, and you see this great visual. There's some really, really good ways of doing it, and I love how companies are coming up with those kinds of ways. Final Fantasy 14, I think, is cool, because I think the way they've designed the game is that you can change your class. Like, if you want it, you can have such defined roles for people and classes, because you can just play all the classes. Like, you can be like, I can now be DPS, and I don't have to switch character. I don't have to go and necessarily level another character. I know you're leveling your own, but it kind of works. And it's kind of awesome how each game is very unique just in that one way. And then you start looking at all the others, and then you're like, damn, which bits can I take from each game and be like ultimate game, which is what the tweet was the other day. But yeah, great points, Rick. Like, it's so true. Like, totally. It does feel like you really do have to have some kind of defined roles for people, and sometimes there are going to be people like and again, it comes down to who you surround yourself with and how you want to play the game. At the end of the day, there's going to be people who just chill and are just like, you know what, alacrity, quickness, meh. Do we need it? Do we need it? Sometimes we don't. I mean, that's me as well. Like sometimes, but like when we get in there, it's like, oh, okay, this is going to be easier if we do this. I don't mind slapping in quickness instead of doing this other trait. And then you find out, like you said, after you've got through like the whole night, when you come to the end of the night, you've actually got a composition of people who have adjusted and changed because they want to improve and they want to really just kick ass and get the rewards. And I think that does happen sometimes kind of organically, which is cool. But
sure, I totally agree with Rook in that, like, I think ArenaNet need to focus on tightening that skill gap. Because if you compare like Guild Wars 2 to Final Fantasy 14, like the difference between someone pressing in Final Fantasy 14, just pressing their skills that light up and using the skills that aren't on cooldown in between those skills, the gap between them doing that and a super experienced Final Fantasy 14 player playing their class perfectly is so much smaller compared to Guild Wars, where you have your personal rotation, but then you've also got boons in the game that that are just so strong. I mean, things like quickness and alacrity, they're like 3-minute cooldowns in Final Fantasy 14 that one class has. Things like protection, which is like a 33% damage decrease, like on incoming damage. That's a skill on my paladin in Final Fantasy 14 that's on a 2-minute cooldown, and it lasts like, I don't know, like 20 seconds, something like that. So anything they can do to like tighten that skill gap through having these more direct roles is really good. I don't know yet if like, I'd have to like think about it a lot more deeply, but I'm not. I have no idea if the 5-man boon change tightens that gap or makes it even wider. For me, like the difference between before was that if you had a quickness and alacrity provider, they provide it to 8 other DPS, 8 minus the 2 healers, so it would provide it to the 6 DPS players, right? But if you remove those, then and you replace it, then you have like 8 DPS players. And then now ArenaNet can balance, even though the role slots aren't locked to those roles, they can balance around sort of a middle ground where it's like they know that every group is ideally going to run 2 healers, 2 quickness, 2 alacrity. So then there is 4 DPS that are taking advantage of those boons as well.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, does it?
Yeah,
it doesn't sound like a lot. But you can have quickness scrapper, for example, which does 25 to 28k or something, and you've got quickness firebrand with Condi, which is an fairly easy rotation. That does a lot of damage.
And it reduces the overall power creep of the squad, I think, because then the 2 alacrity and 2 quickness providers, they're not full DPS. Like they're not pumping the same numbers that the full DPS roles are. So it reduces the overall damage.
It makes things more difficult as well, because you're not pumping out that damage, which I think essentially has been a big problem in Guild Wars 2. Like a lot of the strikes and raid fights have been really dumbed down. I don't like using that word. Have been really less engaging. I don't know. I've got to think of a better word to use. But like they're easier, basically, because you can just do damage. I remember we had a conversation during the guild missions for the light. Simplified is much better, of course, really comes up with it. We were having a conversation during strikes and raids and also guild missions the other week. And we were talking about I can't remember which strike mission it is. Is it Bone Skinner? The hard one back from
Bone Skinner.
Yeah, and like everyone was like, yeah, I've killed that boss so many times. I was like, and then someone said, I still don't know what the mechanic is. I still don't know. Like, you just take scourges.
I think that was a real shame with Bone Skinner. It has some cool mechanics. I've literally never done them because the strategy is out heal it, and if you can't out heal it, we're not doing it. That's it.
Yeah.
There needs to be this.
That is a problem, and there's a way to do it, and that is by potentially reducing damage from through one means, I guess, I suppose. But like,
Yeah.
I think
End of Dragon Strikes fix this. Like they amend this a lot in that the mechanics are almost one shots, and you have to do them. They definitely feel like there's not many mechanics I can think of in the End of Dragon Strikes that you can straight up cheese through, like just out healing them or out DPSing them, anything like that. I feel like they've.
I'm watching Kruf's face take a journey right now.
I know.
It started with side eye squints, and then it rotated down to kind of purse
End of Dragon Strikes suck. What are you talking about?
I love.
I
love
the
that.
strikes.
Likes them. Yeah.
I love the strikes a lot, but I don't think I love the direction of almost everything being a one shot or a downstate, because to a sense it does destroy the role of a healer.
Oh, the mechanics of the
healer.
Right, okay.
And I'm kind of worried that's going to happen with the challenge mode, is that everything's going to be a one shot. And I think there's a way to make interesting endgame content that is not one shot. I think it's totally okay if there's one or two mechanics that, you know, is one shot where you go to downstate or one shot where you fully die.
Yeah.
That's interesting, especially for challenge modes, but it feels like the damage is so fast and it chunks so much that it is strange for a healer, because it's almost better to everyone just know the fight and everyone take damage to get that done faster than if you have a healer. You know, they might not actually be able to do anything because everyone keeps failing the mechanics and they can't keep up unless you're taking a Necro, because Necro's so strong.
Right. Well, I feel like Necro doesn't have this problem because they have Barrier instead of healing. And I feel like if Barrier was maybe more accessible to all kinds of healers.
It's not Barrier, it's their res potential.
That's that's true as well.
It's definitely a mixture between the both. Like transfusion is so
Barrier's on
ridiculous.
Vindicator. Barrier's on Vindicator. It's on Mechanist.
Yeah.
It's on a couple other things where you can apply it.
Right.
I think they've weakened. They can still weaken it a little bit, but they have been nerfing Barrier a little bit on Scourge. But the one thing that really makes Scourge stand out is its transfusion capability, not only to revive allies, but to reposition their bodies into safe zones. Yeah. I think that in particular is something that no other class has.
I love that.
Well,
Other than Ranger.
This is actually something I love, that because some of my favorite times playing Ranger, no joke, as a healer, and sometimes my group, my group would be like, oh, there's this thing that you could bring that oftentimes people bring, like the knockback water on VG or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, don't get me wrong, if we need it because people really aren't doing it, I will do it. But I found that like 90% of the time, it didn't even matter if I had used it because everybody else had it or it would overlap with somebody else's. So I started bringing, is it the search and rescue bird that pops from?
Yes.
And I actually love, my favorite way of playing Druid is with that stupid bird. I love it. I love like having the tree to group res everybody, running over, somebody gets hit by something, being able to pull them somewhere safe, heal them, go over there. So I think that like Kruf, you point out something really brilliant, which is that if the design mentality thus far for healers in content has literally just been, there is so much outgoing, constant, persistent AoE damage that they have to just spam heal through, which is fun in its own way, don't get me wrong. But it has been less about empowering all healer subtypes with having various ways to recoup from mechanical failures. Maybe with the advent of these new strikes, we could see some of that kit being bulked out for healers across the board, as opposed to it being something that's like a little bit more niche and like hyper specific, making it so that healers in that kind of capacity have something that is more able to, even if it's just a single skill, like one really excels at something more like proactive, like barrier or things like that. Some really excel at reactive. So the thing has happened, the damage has happened, the person has gone down, and then I can pull them, I can save them, I can heal them. So like, I think it's going to be a balance, because I agree in that I think we need more of these mechanics, especially with the ridiculous mobility that we have in this game. There needs to be, especially in end game content, more of an actual punishment for not using that mobility wisely and not positioning. But I agree with you too, in that we need to balance as well in between those one shot or those like immediate downstate mechanics. We need to balance too, still having concentrated healing that needs to happen, but then maybe even like reworking a little bit, because I like it overall, but like reworking a little bit so that different healers have different ways to respond to something like that. Even like sending something out to like protect for a limited time the downed person in case another mechanic goes off on top of them, or pulling them somewhere. Like, to me, that would be really fun, and I would love it because that's how I like to play my druid anyway.
I think most people, I'm the same.
druid,
Like the having the tree, like having that res, like I've pulled off some clutch moments. Like you can just remember, like you just like the whole raid said. I've got a clip on my channel which is just like, oh my god, the first boss on Wing 4 name, why?
Cairn?
Yeah.
No.
When like everyone's just in the down state and you come out and you're like, damn, I've got my tree and I've got, my pet still up. I can get all the reses, and you just pull everyone back. That's so hype. And there's moments where there was like, the problem is, and this goes back to an earlier discussion, is the game, how it was created without a Trinity and how they've moved to more towards, what did you say, Criff? It's not Trinity, but
like a pentagon.
Pentagon. And so there is older abilities which actually feel more Trinity like, I think, in a way, because they've still got that idea and their design in there. But now they're like, I don't know, Scrapper had a great res, which was really, really cool. I think that's a fantastic ability, very similar to to Search and Rescue. There's signets for Guardian, Mesmer for a short time, and other classes where you can, you can res people up and you can get people up and do stuff like that. I'd love to see more abilities. Yes. I actually saw something in chat where they were talking about Alacrity and Quickness. I'm going to say something which is going to be massively, people are going to be upset with. I hate them. I actually hate the boons. I hate them so much. I actually think they're the worst ideas in the game ever since they were brought in. I think they're terrible.
It was actually a huge power creep to introduce those two boons. It messed with a lot of balance, not only for like future content, but also old content. It kind of does trivialize it, particularly Quickness. Particularly Quickness, because it increases the intensity of your damage. Alacrity is nice and ultimately will, but it's not that much of an instant like, oh, that Alacrity is really coming in clutch. So there's balances. It's still a strange world.
I think it's like, what was I gonna say? Like, I think a real problem is having these 100% boon uptimes. Like the fact that Alacrity and Quickness they have specific roles. You have nobody that's like, you never see in LFG someone looking specifically for a might provider.
Regen.
People, or regen.
Need regen.
You need those, but it's like Quickness and Alacrity are their own roles, because having 100% boon uptime on those is so important, and it makes such a huge difference. And I really wish that for whatever reason you couldn't 100% cap on them, and you would use them specifically for burst windows like you would in stuff like Final Fantasy.
Yeah, short time buffs.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then you could align them and coordinate them for the most effect. I'm so glad you brought that up, Bloom, because like wherever you're talking about, we'll only limit it to X amount of people or X amount of thing. But I honestly think that if they just made it something that had to be timed, coordinated, and used strategically in a fight, right? Yeah. Like in many other games, if you have those massive abilities...
I'll be right back in like 3 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Typically within the course of a fight, you're going to get to use them maybe twice, right? Yeah. It depends on the game. But like I was just casting Race to Worlds First for WoW, right? And there's a specific sort of buff that they use that they plan around all the time. So it's like, are we using this in the first part, the second part? Are we using it here? When are we like planning this? So where they scripted that in various fights is really important to optimize that DPS return. In 14, same thing. We have certain cooldowns that certain classes bring to the table that will, for a short window, up that damage output essentially. But again, not 100% of the time. And I hadn't even thought about that, because like I think that is the difference between it just being a utility and it being a role defining feature. Does that, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
I think that this conversation is getting at to why I dislike the 5-player change.
Yeah.
Because I don't expect them to get rid of them to be more utility. It's because of that 100% uptime that you have to wait around for that person to fill that role, and not just for a brief moment in the fight when it's an opportunistic moment, but to continually pump out those boons. That was maybe a better way of explaining as to why I feel a little adverse to this change.
And like looping back again, like that also increases that skill gap, having that 100% boon uptime. Whereas if they didn't stack, right? Like if quickness, you couldn't stack it. You use it and it says 4 seconds on the boon, it'll just last that 4 seconds, and then you can maybe refresh it. I don't know, but it doesn't stack. Then the difference between someone using quickness and not using quickness is way smaller, because you don't have it 100% throughout the entire fight, like you're specifically using it for those burst windows. And I think, again, that's a big reason why Final Fantasy XIV maybe doesn't suffer from this issue as much, is because those like class specific boons are really short windows. They have a much smaller impact than a 100% boon uptime does.
Yeah, like as far as duration goes, I agree. I think that their timing and planning and scripting around that within the fight in 14 is better. 14 has had its own problems with the fact that it has essentially eradicated every buff in the game except for just straight up damage up, which is like, oh, don't remind me. Stormblood Astrologian was one of my favorite concepts for a class I think I have ever played in an MMO.
It's good.
It's so fun. Like, originally, for anybody who doesn't know, Astrologian was a class that was introduced in the first expansion of Final Fantasy XIV. It is a healer support, but with a strong, and initially its design had a strong focus on the support it brought to the table, right? They have since kind of brought it more in line to be like a pure healer, and they've severely limited the buffs that it brings to the table. But the idea was that you essentially had like a tarot card deck, and each of the different cards had an ability. So like you had one that would do damage up, yes. You'd have another one that would reduce incoming damage. You had one that upped crit. You had one that upped spell speed. You had one that upped, right? Okay. So then you could pull those cards and hold them, but then you could also take another card and do what was called burning it. So if you burned various cards, they would then affect the next card that you played. So if you had a damage up and then you burned the appropriate card that would make it apply to the entire party, that would apply to the entire party. If you had one that would increase the potency of a single card, you could burn that and then put that single card at an increased potency on an ally to make it even more damage that you were reducing for them, or to up even more of the crit on them in a moment that really mattered. So it created all these great windows of opportunity of different choices of support. Now, obviously, as we've talked about in every MMO, the community eventually hones in on things that from a sheer numerical standpoint optimize particularly damage output within end game content, which I don't think should be the actual end all be all of balance in games, but like it tends to be that, right? So most of the time people were just fishing for that sheer damage up. Doesn't mean that people didn't still use the other buffs for a variety of situations, just that is what most people would constantly be looking for and redrawing for to get, particularly in endgame. So again, it's interesting because I agree with what Bloom was saying, in that I think the actual management of application of buffs and the control of that is better for the actual structuring of how you use it in a fight. But the options that we have in 14, they ended up going almost the complete opposite, and then being like, okay, well, literally the only buff that we're really going to allow is just damage up, because that's all the community uses anyway. So it's just frustrating.
So they sometimes they go with more of the idea they think people want without asking them. That's the problem. Communication, I guess that was a while ago, wasn't it? I think I'm not sure, I think I started playing Astra and then it changed, and then I didn't get to fully appreciate it, and now every time I play it, people are like, yeah, it doesn't matter like which one you use, and I'm like, damn, the tarot card thing is like my jam, that's flipping young right there. But like, yeah, okay, Quickness and Alacrity had the discussion while I was away. Sorry, my package arrived and I didn't want it to get stolen. I was just like, I'm moving in August. It's just got to another level now. but yeah, so like, I just personally don't like them. Never wanted them. Game didn't need them. Not sure why they brought it in. And it's in some kind. That's just. I don't want to speak for anyone else as well. I know you. Bloom is agreeing, and like it's just like it felt like a way of boosting everyone. In a way, and it does feel like it takes a skill away or some kind of interactable, which is what you were both just talking about, or all just talking about. When you can come together and use a specific skill to enhance your whole squad or group's damage at a specific time, so there's more skill to that. And maybe you can't. Well, I know it's not necessarily skill; you're just pressing a button at one specific time rather than all the time. But you're using other things, and you're not just thinking about keeping this one thing going whilst you're doing rotation. And some people might think that's a little bit more fun because you can do damage as well. I don't know. I feel like I would love to have the more skill stuff. Like I love what Rook was saying, you know. I love the fact that I can use this ability to res someone and I'm a healer. That's what I'm doing. I'm a damage dealer. That's what I'm doing. I'm a whatever. Like if you're going to be doing quickness, why don't you just have someone that can do all of the things, you know, can do might, can do quickness, can do alacrity, and then then it's just a role specifically, like boon operator. I don't know.
Like they could have like a healer category and then a like utility category where like you provide those boons similar to like Rift.
Oh,
yeah, well,
don't make me sad about that game. Sorry.
I think they'll never remove those boons, but I really like I think if you're going to have 100% uptime in alacrity and quickness, those roles should literally be fully built around like providing that 100% uptime and like nothing else. Like alacrity willbender is really fun because, and it's really hard to apply permanent alacrity as a willbender. You've got to be playing really well. You've got to make all those hits connect.
Just play Mechanist.
And so, right, that's the thing. It's like, I think alacrity willbender is a good spot where it's like to provide 100% alacrity, you have to play really well and you have to try really hard. But then, you have to have a rotation and you're actively playing the game. Whereas like alacrity mechanist exists.
You auto attack.
You auto attack, and it's like what you know. That's
you don't even need to
apply. Yeah, and then like harbinger quickness as well. Like they just have quickness that pulses from their shroud, when instead your whole play style should be around trying to constantly proc quickness. You know, that's.
And I feel bad for other classes. Like Revenant would have been that perfect utility elite spec where you are like the profession who works with boons, but they never gave it alacrity or quickness. And then the community decided like they're not that great because you can't apply these extremely like sought after boons. And just touching on the topic of like this skill that is required to just not even willbenders I do not think can even match Mechanist's output because you have to do so much and it requires multi-targets to get the equal amount. But when you're only in a boss fight fighting one target, you can't hit multiple packets of enemies, so it is strange.
But
and
it's like also,
Renegade,
like I think like Vindicator actually has there is a really cool 100% alacrity uptime Vindicator. Because Ventari can provide alacrity, and then the Vindicator dodge that extends boons. If you like, you can create 100% alacrity, but you've got to like switch between these sort of things.
Just play Mechanist.
That's fun. That's the thing. It's like it's all overshadowed by the classes that can provide it 100% of the time.
That's my answer to everything in the next 10 minutes. Just play Mechanist. It's a pretty good answer.
Yeah. I think if you're gonna make it a role, just like if ArenaNet recognize quickness and alacrity as roles, then those builds should be fully focused on providing those 100% uptime. If they're not gonna just like remove them, then they should be focused on that. Yeah,
that's one thing they do need to do. If like you bring up a good point, it's like if there is an intention for people to want to do this, like have quickness, have alacrity uptime, it should be a flat, like easy enough to do for every class, and maybe the amount of time it takes to do it with skill presses and everything else. I know that's difficult, but like you say, you know, if you're gonna press like 10 different buttons, dodge, and also milk a cow at the same time to get alacrity and quickness, when a mechanist can press 2 buttons and also not even auto attack, because you can attack every so often, because you've just got these other 2 buttons you can press on your mech and something else. It's just like, well, just flip and play an NG. Do you know what I mean?
I reckon there's 2 ways they go. They either make it easier to apply across the board and the effectiveness is reduced by either not having it stack or it's just nerfed somehow, or the other end of the spectrum, which is like those roles that provide those boons need to require like more skill to provide them 100% if they're going to exist.
Play a mini game like fishing or something to get them. Let's do it. Let's go. Play a mini game while you're playing the actual game.
Yeah.
You say that, but I genuinely love classes. Why do you think I loved Stormblood Astrologian so much? Because I had a mini card game I got to play while I played.
My brain is exploding when I play that class. So even now, like, I'm definitely playing on Sunday, especially because you talked about that PvP mode. I'm like, yep, I need to get in there. Can you play that PvP mode even if you're under level from max level? You just standardized stats, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll go to Wolf's Den Pier, and this is off topic. You'll go to Wolf's Den Pier, and then you'll talk to them, and you'll unlock the new game mode, and you're able to. The only exception is if you're on the free account, you can't play PvP, because they had a lot of problems with bots that like were making free accounts and then just like sitting there. So.
Yeah, Griff, you can't play. Like no bot.
Rip.
Okay, we're not going to talk about Echo World Wilds.
We've still got the new player experience.
Should I tell you why?
That's a whole can of worms.
and guess what? This is exactly the thing they need to do more of. Keep going with the blog post, because it just gave us 3 hours of content, which we won't be a short one today apparently. If anyone needs to go or do anything, you need to tell me, because we may still be going for a little bit.
Let's do it.
Okay, so who wants to read the... I don't think there's... You know what? We just talked for an hour on one little section. Who wants to talk about new player?
We somehow spent an hour with the world versus world profession balance.
We've never talked about world v world for that long on this one.
No, that was surprising.
Yeah.
It was good though.
I love
fun. It was
an
great.
unexpected but a really fun diversion.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who wants to read? Who's going to read this one?
Sure, I'll go for it.
Done.
New player improvements testing. As we mentioned in last month's studio update, we're taking steps to ensure a smooth launch on Steam later this year. This launch is an important piece of our long-term plans for growing the community, so we want to get it right. To prepare for this, we'll experiment with some changes to the new player experience with the goal of improving new player retention. To be clear, we're not undertaking huge overhauls at this stage, but rather focusing on smaller changes that can have a big impact on the player experience. We tried the overhaul approach back in 2014 with mixed results. In fact, some of our experiments this year will explore reversing some of those 2014 changes. Typically, these tests will only impact small segments of new accounts for a limited duration. This is referred to as A/B testing. We'll deploy the changes to a small number of new players, study the results, and then decide whether to make the change permanent, further iterate on it, or remove it from the game. It's worth noting that we expect some of our tests or variations of a test to not work out. That's the nature of an experiment. When we've had a successful test, we'll roll the change out officially and communicate those changes in our release notes. Most of the players reading this won't be impacted by these experiments. However, some new players might take notice, so we wanted to give you a heads up and make sure you're in the know in case you see some curious comments.
Oh my god. Does anyone else feel weird about that? About them testing stuff on players that have never played the game before?
I think that's so weird, because I keep seeing these posts on Reddit about like, why is my wife getting double my XP? And it's like, I don't know. I guess they're just, they're just testing on random new players.
Did they start doing it already?
There was one instance where someone was getting more XP than their partner, and like they were level 24, but their partner was like level 54, and it was just like astronomical amounts of XP.
This is like, what is going on?
I'm gonna say wholeheartedly, and my belief on this, I don't think this is a good idea. I just don't.
No,
I think this is where like because imagine that experience that you play with your partner or you play with a friend, and one of you is literally given a completely different new player experience. Yeah. And your XP is doubled, so one person is more powerful than the other. That is just awful. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like a horrible person.
Looks so scared.
I'm just like, it just sounds bad. It sounds like a bad idea.
At the very least, I think that new players that this is eligible for should, upon the moment of starting the game, get a notification that says, you are eligible to be part of some of our testing for changes for the new core game.
Absolutely.
Would you like to have a chance to preview these and give your feedback? If the person says yes, great. If they say no, great. But like, you need to tell them what these changes are.
Yes.
I agree. I think that testing the new player improvements and making the new player improvements are incredibly important. I am so happy they're doing this. This is a huge thing. But as somebody who literally, when I started playing SWTOR years ago, me and then my partner Bebop were playing together. Bebop decided to spring for a subscription, which at the time we didn't know. This was like a specific point of time in the game, but we didn't know, right? That like Bebop was going to get twice the experience that I would get, and that Bebop would be able to use the sprint button, but I wouldn't be able to use the sprint button to make my character run on a non-paid account. So like, again, I know they want to get this right and that they probably want to do what it would be essentially like unknown testing to understand if, like, without any bias, is this keeping more players in the game or not? But to prep for Steam when we're going to get a lot of new players, but still, you don't want to lose the players that you might get now because of this thing that's happening.
Because we've got the massive new expansion, which is the best piece of everything that they've put in the game for so long since launch, like, and there's loads of people flocking to the game. If we give half of those people that experience, you're right, like, it's only going to drive them away. It's just going to be like, it is literally one word that we were taught, communication. Like, saying that in a random blog post that new players are not going to read, like, you know what, there's no reason they would be reading this. And who's like, and maybe in the hope that new players have friends already playing and they have read the blog post, which chances are probably not done either. Like, you know, it's just, it's not going to happen. And it feels like this, there is a couple of answers for this. Rooks is the best one. Okay. Opt in. I
have an answer. I also have an answer.
I'm wondering if it's going to be the same as mine. Go on.
They kind of have a solution in that. I don't know if this is an account-wide thing that just happens when you create your account or something, but they have beta character slots that they use for elite specs when they're in beta. It'd be cool if you just had a beta, like everyone just had a beta slot to test these changes on.
It really, literally should.
Yeah.
Or if they had a PTO.
And additionally,
which would
that'd be a lot.
That'd
be a lot. But
PTRs are that difficult one.
Yes, they do. They do. They did specifically mention that they're new accounts. So if we're, like veterans, we won't even be able to experience. If we create another character, it doesn't seem like we'll also be able to test any of the changes or try to see if there are changes.
Unless you get a new account.
Unless
and then you
make
might
a new
have
account.
a chance. You won't know though, 100%, I guess.
Like, I'm also curious as to how they're collating this feedback. Like, I assume these new players aren't writing like feedback reports. So like, I'm curious to know what they're actually monitoring by watching an unsuspecting new player level from like 1 to 80 in 3 hours. I'm like curious to know what info they're trying to get from that, other than like, I don't know, maybe they're trying to gauge like the average length of time it takes an unsuspecting new player to get to 80 or something. But
that's the one. I mean, well, no, I think that they're actually, because they say specifically with the goal of improving new player retention. So I think they're trying to see if the accounts that have these changes, if the new players are more or less likely to just continue playing the game and like logging into the
So they may make it worse. They're probably going to make it worse with this change. Do you
Yeah.
think?
I mean,
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
if it would make it worse, like inherently, but certain
Yeah.
circumstances when you are playing with a. Also, the person who wrote that blog post, it hasn't been confirmed that they've actually started these changes. It hasn't been
Right.
officially confirmed.
Sure,
This
yeah.
people just have said that this
Are they
could
just
be
memeing?
them testing. This could
Okay.
be made up. You shouldn't rely on everything you read on the internet, but.
Yeah.
Right.
Still taking this as a hypothesis, as a potential, it could impact certain circumstances where you greatly outlevel a friend, and that disparity. Though I will say it is nice because you can go downscale level, and you can actually help them level faster because you have more inherent power. Because the downscaling doesn't actually downscale you all that well.
Yeah.
So it will create different experiences, which I don't think is good inherently, but I don't think this would create new problems.
It's not going to create new
Right.
problems.
Totally.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, you could if it was not good, then it would
Yeah,
not
if it was
increase new player retention.
If it was all your armor breaks upon death, yeah.
Yeah, you turn into a ham sandwich,
Yeah.
which is my
Yeah.
theme for today's podcast.
Even if they just did something where, again, it feels like you need to actually inform people of something or the
tell them.
possibility here. So
Yeah.
even if they just did a thing where they were like, hey, we're giving out 50,000 copies, or I don't know, however much, 50,000 copies of the full paid version of the base game. That's not going to really cost them anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that it's
free.
just be here it is, but just know that if you redeem one of these, there is a chance that you will be included in this current study that we're doing, and you may or may not. So at the I don't know, when you hit level whatever 80 or something, then you'll have an opportunity to provide feedback about the experience that you had. And then I feel as though you are still keeping it vague enough that people don't have to know whether or not they actually had the changed version. You will get their honest feedback about the experience that they had. You'll still be able to see if people just drop the game or not. You'll still be able to see, but again, it won't just be any person that goes out and buys all the expansions and then starts their first experience, maybe not even knowing that you can play the base game on a free version and play it for free. It just seems like such a, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like a wise decision.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny does a good thing where when you log in, it gives you it'll just have a big page on the middle of your screen as soon as you log in with what are the changes this week, and it'll just clearly say it, and you see it. You've got to click enter to
What game is
remove it.
there?
And Destiny 2.
God, I haven't played Destiny.
And,
It looks like I have to jump
I
into
feel
Destiny too.
I feel like they could do something like that,
good.
either in game or in the launcher, where you have the launcher page and you can just have the little patch notes there with these blog post changes saying that some new accounts will be affected by these changes. But it doesn't. Yeah, you're right, Jeb, in that they don't say it anywhere other than the blog post, which new players aren't reading.
I've always had a gripe with the Guild Wars 2 blog posts, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine? We were talking about experience gain, but I see in chat people talking about the the way that they had changed story instances, right? So they're locked behind every 10 levels. Yeah.
Let's
So
talk about
can you
some changes we might
imagine?
make.
Yes.
Yeah, you and your partner, you and your friend, you both get Guild Wars 2.
Oh,
One
dear.
of you jumps in and you're like, oh, I'm blasting through the story. And your friend's like, I don't unlock my next quest for 9 levels. And you're like, oh, what? No, you just go into the journal and you just, again, this is causing a discrepancy that however they do this, I just don't want to see them test it out unknowingly on brand new players and brand new accounts.
Right.
Like we said, I can't imagine that these changes will be bad in the sense that I don't think they're going to be all your gear breaks immediately, like Kerf said, but it's one of those things too, where you want your first impression to be something that has consistency and that is understandable for new players. And I know we'll see a huge surge of players with Steam, but experimenting on the new people, was pointed out, that are coming in after hearing that this has been one of the best expansions we've ever had, and like really it truly has been, and content and the game are in a better place, like they are in such a good place right now, and the future is so bright. Like I really think we're on that threshold of a new era for Guild Wars 2. And it's like, please don't confuse those poor people.
Yeah, I think we should definitely like pivot to talking about, so that's like talking about how, you know, the testing system is whack, but I think the changes themselves I'm very excited for. The like double XP, really good, like people level up faster, but also I'm very excited for, hopefully I would love to see them revert that story change, because
I don't think
feel
they
like
are though.
you don't think
Well,
they
every
are?
10
I don't
levels.
think they are. I think, well,
Yeah.
I would love if they did. I just, full disclosure,
Yeah.
that change I think hurt the game more than it helped it.
Yes.
But that would be a change, as Rook was saying, that wouldn't just be only a few people get it. That would need to be like everyone experiences this for the course of 2-3 weeks, and we'll see how it feels. If they might like try to go over that and pivot that by doing the double XP, so it takes
Right,
less
yeah.
time for you to actually get to that 10 marker. But still, might not be the solution. I think the solution is to revert it to where like every 2-3 levels, like that's the marker that you can hit. And also,
Yeah.
you were also able to go, and if you were level 10 and
Yes.
your story mission was 15, you could still fully try that story mission. It would be
Yeah.
harder, but you could try it.
Yeah,
And that was fun.
absolutely.
And I feel like that really complements Guild Wars 2's play style well, where you can tackle these challenges if you want to, and you will just intuitively, by doing that, know that maybe you're not strong enough and you need to go out and do some exploring and level up. Whereas now it's like locked in, you cannot do it till you hit this level, which I think is antithetical to a lot of what Guild Wars 2 does, where they want you to organically go out and search for these options.
Even just getting a prompt that, like, if you went up to a quest and, like you said, you were under level, it would just pop up and say, like, the recommended level for this is 15. You are currently 10. You know, it might be wise to go adventure, explore everything you do on
Make
the
a
map,
friend.
experience. Like even if they just gave you that little prompt,
Yeah.
like guiding you literally to like, oh, well, I can't do, okay, well, maybe I'll do this, or maybe I'll give it a try, you know? Because I think a lot of players do at this point, like get into the game and then they go through the first story and then they're just like, and they don't realize like, they don't know about map exploration. They don't know about like, and they're just like, what do I even do? Just like wander around aimlessly? Like, what's the story? I'm supposed to be gripped and like brought into this world. What's even happening? Like,
yeah, the story too. I feel like having such large gaps doesn't serve the story and for people to fall in love with it, because you have to take such a large break and then you forget and you're like, oh, I guess we're going to this other thing. Oh, I guess there's now 3 orders that I have to join. And then you're like, I haven't done a story mission in 4 days. I totally forgot what I just did.
Yeah, because there is an obvious story otherwise. There is no, like as an MMORPG, like Guild Wars 2 is the most is the most restrictive when you're a new player in terms of lore. Like it's unfortunate because like you do, like it's cool to go, and the fact that you have to go and find stuff, I really love that. That is a great idea, and it definitely takes up time. But to get people into the story, you have to get people into it. You need a buy-in. You need that for everything. Any product that there is out there on the market, you think about any of it, you need a buy-in, a reason, a want, a need. You know, that's what we're, you know, capitalism, yay. But like, oh god.
Like I've had friends jump in. I've had friends jump in and they're like, do the little tutorial mission, and then they show up in the open world and it just says, level up to level 10, and they're like, so what's like the story? Who am I? Like, what do I don't understand who I am in this story. And I'm like, well, the level 10 story, I guess we'll explain it to you, but you got to level to 10 first to figure it out. Whereas like before, you could just, you were like immediately in the story and it was already careening you along without you having to just,
it's almost like a survival game when you first get into Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, it is.
But it isn't, it's still fun. Like it's still, I'm torn between that because I kind of do like the idea of jumping into a thing like an MMORPG and having, and not being complete and being a little bit oblivious, because I think Guild also gives you a really, really good and wicked, like it's easily got one of the best intros to your character before you start playing. the story before is cool, and it makes. But I wish that had a little bit more to do if you do a story. Like I'm talking about just the cutscene, really. But then there is that gap, like you say. You jump into the world and maybe a dynamic event comes up, the first little tutorial boss. I like that. That's cool. But there needs to be a link from there, and then there should be story. Right then, when you get into the world, that's when the story should happen. And then even if then it's like 10, but not every 10 levels, because, you know, as in any MMORPG, it's easy to level up at the beginning. You can get 10 levels in a day in most MMORPGs, but you can't get 10 levels from 70 to 80 in a day. I mean, you can, depending if you know the game, but otherwise it's pretty difficult. Make that time comparative, like how long it takes you to get to level 10, then have those levels afterwards for like 10 to 15 or whatever. Like make it less. At least, at the very least, that's something they should probably do. They need to have that first story when you get into the first map. Boom. Let's go. Give me that story.
And I like that it lets you tailor your own difficulty. Like you get to try and hit those higher level quests when you're under leveled, and you get to have a feel for like how difficult Guild Wars 2 can be, as opposed to now where you just kind of like you hit the required level for the story mission and you absolutely destroy it because you can't do it under leveled. And I love being able to just sort of like have that difficulty modifier that isn't actually a difficulty modifier, like just being able to do it yourself and just sort of like intuitively tailor that difficulty, I think is good. In
terms of other changes, I have two ideas, but one of them is a little side. It's like when you level up, you get that like level up chest, and if you happen to level boost yourself, you have to click through 80 tabs. I would love to see.
I've still got chests there and that little flipping diamond on the right side in PvP. I'm just always looking to it.
If that changed, that could be interesting. But another idea that they were marketing the game around when like they were doing press for demos and alphas was that you could actually upscale your level to different zones. So you didn't have to wait to hit level 80 till you went to ore. Or you didn't ESO. Essentially what ESO does. And I think that could be something that would be interesting to test out.
Yes.
To see if people who like are coming with their friends and they got that and they're like, oh, you can come and join me in Heart of Thorns. And they're like, oh, let's go to Heart of Thorns. And you level up in Heart of Thorns and you're like, oh, I got a quest. I have a story quest to go back to Queensdale.
Like,
it could be interesting to see.
I mean, I think that's perfect too, with End of Dragons having probably the best like new player tutorial to combat that we have in the game.
Yeah.
And if they're not going to build a new one for the vanilla game, I think somehow allowing brand new players to start in End of Dragons, like, and get that tutorial before they hit level 80 is really good.
We've had that conversation so many times.
I know.
It's like, yes,
it's like
please do it.
Conversation. So that's like their best tutorial, and if it's not in like the core game, then I think letting people just jump straight into that would be awesome. Totally. Yeah.
I think they desperately need to put that in the base game. I think like each of the major cities should have something, like they should have a reskinned identical training area, and there should be some, like, even if they wanted to put it in that first 10-man gap, or like add some little tiny bonus dialogue that doesn't even well, it will be voiced because it's Guild Wars 2, but add like some little tiny line of dialogue after you do that's like, wow, you did so well, you're a hero in the making, you should go out into the world and hone your skills and also train in this arena. And then you go to the arena and you get there and it's like, oh, I see, a young hero, and you like do your stuff or whatever, and they're like, go in adventure, and then you can, and then you continue at like level 10, like, it's yes, I think the balance needs to be different. I do agree, Jeb, that like the opening cutscene with like the like beautiful artwork and stuff. Like that one is lovely, but I do agree that I don't actually think, because I was just actually recently replaying these like opening story beats and on a couple different characters. And the really unfortunate thing is you will not have any understanding whatsoever about the actual like scale, scope, and artistry of the narrative as it becomes from these. Like everything from those opening, like the opening instances, it doesn't even really represent content that well. It doesn't give you a huge sense of who you are as a unique and valuable and interesting individual in the world. Also, a lot of the character designs are just awful. Like, can I be real with everybody? I was recently doing the human, like the regular human one, and like your best friend, who's the girl that works at the bar, has like pigtails and is a grown woman and is wearing a mini skirt, and like I'm like there is nothing wrong with having pigtails and being a grown woman and wearing a mini skirt, but it's like there were obviously some pretty outdated designs, especially for female characters, like at this era in the game, in this fantasy world. Like I'll be honest, it kind of comes across as like tacky in a way that the rest of the game really doesn't end up being. Like the world is vibrant and wonderful and the lore is rich and deep, but like these changes that they're doing are going to be really valuable and need to be done. And like obviously it doesn't sound like they're going to be completely overhauling all of the narrative or the cinematics or things like that, but I do hope that at some point they consider a little bit of polishing some of that up, because where we are and where we even got with Heart of Thorns and where the storytelling of this game got is phenomenal. Like there's some really fantastic moments. There's some really incredible story, but like you don't get that impression when you hop in and then you do that initial quest and then you're like, what? And suddenly you're out in the world and you're like, I have 10 levels until another story quest and I don't even care about any of the things that I just saw because I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that because I felt bad that I never did. I was like, why am I in this bar right now?
Yeah.
I like Ted
though. You are in the bar
cool.
because supposedly that is a place that you grew up in and like you have grown up there. They are like family to you. Like the young woman that's there with you is like somebody that you grew up with as a sister. Like they took you in, I believe, after your own parents died, and like, but you don't get that sense from any of the storytelling, the narrative beats. Compare that to something like June as a character or Mai Trin as a character, and it's like the discrepancy is massive, and our writing team is really good. But 10 years of development is a massive amount of time for a game. And like the era that this game initially came out in, expectations and expression of story in an MMO, it was very different. The way it was handled was different. The capabilities and understanding of how you could do that and the expectations of a community was all different. So like, I just hope that players will get more of a glimpse of this. Overall, I'm super excited about the new player changes. This is such an important thing to be doing at this crossroads for the game and right before Steam release. I hope, we get to see what's happening with this and how they're going to implement it. And I'm worried a little bit about the blind testing, as it were. And I just, I
don't like it.
I hope we see some response and some other things with it.
I hope they just do what you
clarity.
said. Yes, clarity.
Like have a post about and an in-game like mail that's like, here are 5 changes that we're testing. Opt in now, and you can just apply those to your character.
Yeah, like DX11, opt in. I mean, you had to opt in. You had to find that.
I think Bloom's recommendation of a beta character slot would be. I would love to do that. I would love to test it out and give feedback as a veteran.
I want to try it out. I want to try it out with my friends. I want to see how it is.
It would be cool, but I think we aren't the projected. I mean, we could be like, this is more fun, but in terms of player retention, we're retented. We are retented. We are there. We are playing the game, and like you can only get that feedback from brand new players that never touched it.
The one good thing would be that at least if veteran players were able to try it, they would have an idea of what the changes are, so that if like you were saying, Bloom, like if your friend messages you or something and is like, hey, I want to try the game, and you're like, oh, hey, actually they are just testing this thing right now, so like there's a chance you might get these 5 things that are different. And I guess that maybe gives them an anticipation of what to expect that can make them biased, but again, it's like I just don't agree with the uninformed consent element of just testing.
Because it is that, isn't it? It's like that consent. That's what Ruda said earlier. It's very consent is important. This is very true.
I mean, before we move on to the next topic, so yeah, I would love the tutorial thing from End of Dragons to be straight up in that first instance before you have to walk out in the world and do combat. I would love if the actual story instance that you spawn in gives you that tutorial and you have to do it. That would be great. Other thing is, I would love dungeons to be implemented into the story steps and required to do this.
That's
It might be a spicy
difficult.
take, but I
It's
feel
not
like they should be
spicy.
required.
If-
And like they're pretty hard. Granted, they're like really hard for new players, and this is a result of like this is a result of a lot of the 2014 changes with like skills and how you get traits and
It's
that sort of
counterintuitive
thing.
to what the game is represented as a product now. Like dungeons aren't representative of what the game is now, unfortunately. Even if I love them to bits, I really do, because the nostalgia is great, and I think they're challenging. And I actually think if they actually had challenge mode dungeons, that would be like so cool. But they need to, it's like in Final Fantasy 14, it works because they're still relevant. They actually they've had the same theme the whole way through. Trinity, boom, easy peasy. It's like ESO has some dungeons which you need to do as well for story, or you have to at least jump into them for a little second. But yeah, I think it would be cool, but I just don't. Yeah, it's not really.
I actually do think it would be beneficial, because when people play MMOs, you're typically into that mindset of group content, or at least there are many people who are looking for dungeons or some semblance of conquering bosses
it's the
with
norm,
people.
right?
Yeah, it's the norm. So I still think of when you're playing an MMO, that sense of dungeon, having access to a dungeon crawl system that you can do, and I think it would be beneficial to maybe, slightly nerf the encounters a little bit, and or allow you, if it is required for the personal story. Someone had mentioned there's a lot of scaling technology with dragon response missions and other areas of the game where you can basically go into this instance with 2 people and it'll scale with that number of players. So there are a couple things that they could, I don't know how much work it would be, if it would be something that they think is worthy of going down. If not, dungeons, I would love to see some strike missions implemented. Maybe they take a boss from the dungeon, each dungeon, and make that a strike mission. And you go in with 10 people and you do it.
That's
and it's
what they need to do.
We have a story mode and explorable mode for each dungeon, and so story mode could just
make
be
it story. Story mode, have it.
Easy.
You can do it with one person, go through it, and then you can have the strike mission available to you.
Yeah, I think if strikes, if strikes are the thing they're going to really just be developing, which it seems like it is, then having that would be great. If they are planning on keeping up with fractals, which, boy, howdy, do I truly hope they do beyond all comprehension.
Yes, please. Yes.
This might be an incredibly hot take that I think most of the community would not agree with me on, but if they were, I would rather see at least the story mode versions of those be reworked into what would be identifiable as a fractal, and standing there at the door, maybe Kroof, like you were saying, adding something in for scaling the drag, I don't know, or because again we have this problem of not having a coordinated duty finder, or
an LFG would be great.
LFG or Q, right?
Let's do that. LFG podcast right now.
Well, because this is one of the big problems that new players face. Many new players don't feel empowered or understand how to make groups.
Or how to get to the LFG
how
tab.
to even get to the LFG to see. And if you present something to them, in 14, you unlock a new dungeon. Dungeons in 14 are most comparable to fractals in Guild Wars 2, with the scale, size, amount of bosses, etc. Right? So you unlock your first dungeon, and then it says Sastasha unlocked, and then it goes, use the duty finder to find a queue to go in for your dungeon, and then it shows you the little thing and you click on it. They could do a screen, if they reworked it, they used the same assets, they scaled it down, they even had similar bosses. It doesn't, I mean, this is still work, and I know it's a lot more work than it seems, but if they made it something that was recognizably a fractal, and then even there at the thing said get a group in looking for group, or if we had an actual duty finder where you could just queue in and you could still be working on other stuff or whatever, that would be even better. But I think the thing is that you need to create a throughput of continuity in your game as to what content players can expect, a sampling, especially in early game, of generally the formats of content that you have that they can enjoy. And like even 14, because they just hit their 10-year marker, they literally had to go back this patch and completely redesign some old content. They completely overhauled some old dungeons that were like these weird sore thumbs that had like weird stories. Like they were cool, but like again, they did not fall in line with any of the other content, and they actually refurbished them really well. There's one dungeon they refurbished. I don't think they did such a good job on, but the rest really good.
Is that base game or is that like expansions?
Base game.
Oh,
base
damn it.
game. Dungeon content that they reworked to make it fall more in line with all the rest of the stuff. Now, granted, Square Enix has probably triple the amount of money.
They have a sub fee at a lot of players.
Yes.
Triple
like
stuff.
Maybe like 10 times more.
Maybe 10 times as much revenue and a far larger team. So ArenaNet has to be more strategic in how they do this. But I mean, we've even seen them with Living Season 1 putting a strike in. I mean, there's other stuff. The problem is that players that play this core game, they truly are not having an experience that is anything like what they're going to have later down the road, you know? Yeah,
totally. I think the dungeons as well, like the story mode dungeons, a lot of them are more like a fractal than some of the fractals are. Like the Jade Moor fractal is like nothing compared to what some of the other fractals are. Like a lot of those old fractals are they are less of a fractal. Like I think the Ascalonian Catacombs is closer to Sunqua Peak than the Jade Moor fractal is.
It's got a narrative.
Yeah, it's got a narrative.
It's got a moment in time.
It's got a few bosses.
Sunqua Peak is more of a traditional dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely
and I feel
more
like,
traditional dungeon.
as you were saying, Rook, like they don't have the budget to create like brand new content, but they can totally repurpose this old stuff. I think it already exists in the game, and I think it works fine as well. And I think introducing people to the actual fractal system early on is really good. And then we'd have less of these like random separate modes. We'd have just fractals and raids and strikes, and that's kind of ideally, what I want. Yes.
Unless they make a fractal of
raids
each dungeon. You never know. Make a fractal of each dungeon.
And you don't even have to touch explorable mode. You just need to do the you just need to do this story mission.
Mode. It's already a fractal, basically. You just make
it's quite long. They are a little bit longer, honestly, but like
they are a little longer. But for leveling, it would make sense because you're getting the narrative, and actually, the story in the dungeons do provide context to Destiny's Edge, which is a big player in the personal story, and you miss all of that if you don't do it.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I agree. I do agree with you. It's more my belief that I don't think it's something they would do.
No, I don't. That's the sad thing. It's like these are like very much open wounds to the game in terms of retention. I love dungeons so much. They're beautiful.
Well, we also, I mean, not so long ago, were lamenting about Living Season 1 and saying, like, I don't think they'll ever.
And that was like fully, the content was gone. This is content that is actually
Living World Season 1 being missing is is such a huge issue compared to dungeons.
And they are fixing it.
Because I would rather retain players from the 1 to 80 experience than entertain the people who got to 80.
Well, it was like, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Definitely. It's like
I'd much rather keep people in early.
But season 1 is early experience.
No,
early
it's not.
Game.
That's no, to a new player, you have to level all the way through and get to the end point.
But now in MMORPGs, like I would argue that the new player experience is 1 to 80, sure, but like most people that play MMOs, especially experienced people, are playing MMOs to get to 80, and that's when the game starts for most people.
Yeah, but if the way you have to get to 80 is not a pleasant one, or doesn't hit that itch of what you understand an MMO to be,
I mean, people play.
Lost.
What is the main thing that people say about Final Fantasy 14? If you're a new player, get through the story and get to endgame. That's when it becomes good. That's like the stereotypical response.
I do also think well, okay, but here's the thing. I also think personally, though, as somebody who plays both games, the disparity in features and quality from core game 14 to end game 14 is less than in Guild Wars 2. Like
okay.
this is, and again, I like, obviously I played the game and I love it. Like I can just, like, I love Guild Wars 2, but like if you compare what we got in End of Dragons to like the storytelling, fight designs, even map designs, options of content, movement, everything, like in the core game, it is like a massive difference. It is a massive difference. And there's a lot to love about the core game, even going into all the different variable branches. They did a lot of things really well and really interestingly, and in a way
definitely.
that many MMOs weren't in the core game in Guild Wars 2. But I mean, Kroof, I agree with you in that I think if we're looking at like the importance of both of those things, I do think that the 1 to 80 experience and Living Season 1 are both incredibly high priorities. Yeah. I understand why they probably went for Living Season 1 first, because I do think that, like Jeb, like you were saying, there is sort of a mindset that I think if you are an MMO player, not everybody will do this. Many players will just peace out if something doesn't grab them within a half an hour, right?
No, player retention is important as well. We talked about Steam numbers,
I do think there is something to be said about like, oh, okay, well, it's the base game. All right, I'm going to push through 1 to 80. There was some cool stuff. I like this character. I like this order. I liked kind of the world. It was fun to explore. And then you get like to the point where you're like, all right, what's the next step of the story? It probably gets good now. And then you're like, there's not story here to play?
Yeah.
And then you go to the next season and there's like 50 characters who's like, hey, so great, those adventures we have that you have to do.
That's the biggest problem. That's
why
it's now.
It's good, but it makes no sense.
It's the nail in the coffin, I think. If people have been hanging in there and then suddenly there's this huge gap. So getting the story, like one continuous thing, one whole playable story, that is crucial. Afterwards, like they are addressing some of the things that definitely need to be addressed. And I can't wait to see the full extent of that, because I have a lot of hope that they all realize these are problems too. Like obviously they work on this, they know better than anybody. But I would love to see them push it as far as they can. And I would love to see them just like blow away our expectations like they have so much recently, because I'm like, this game deserves to be played. It deserves to be seen. It has so much to offer. Like, it's just getting people through the door. Like, you have to get them through it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, I think those dungeons as well, just real quick, like the you already have that gap in the core story where you get to the last story instance and then like Logan and Ritlock and everyone shows up and you're like, oh, who are you? I don't know who you are. If you've never done the dungeons. And like, admittedly, I've never even done a Ra. I've been playing this game since Heart of Thorns. I've literally never done a Ra because I have no use for it. And I feel like
there is no use for it.
There's a whole cool system as well, isn't there, where you can't even enter a Ra unless that waypoint around the dungeon is not contested. You have to, like, I think that's such a cool system that I have never interacted with, and same as other new players, they probably won't interact with that. Right,
Endgame core Guild Wars 2 was some of the best Guild Wars 2. I will never forget that game. Like, Endgame Guild Wars 2 was all about that dungeon. It was all about dungeons because you had to get the marks to get the gear, and all your gear that you got was from dungeons. And then you also had temples, and the temples across the different ore regions basically gave you different sets of gear, like more supportive kind of varied stats, more condi stats, more power stats, which really were the only, and more tanky stats, and then you could get runes as well. But that was like, honestly, it was so good. And like, you would just do events. It was like open world was the end game as well as dungeons, and World v World was definitely felt to be more like end game, and it was more of that PvP focus. But like, it was a great thing, honestly. Like, having a story mode and then explorable modes was literally like the answer to probably what should have been done in Raids and Strikes, and they already did it. That was the funniest thing about it. They already did it, and it was like they sometimes implement stuff which is so fantastic and awesome, and you're like, why isn't this here? And then and then you're like, okay, maybe, I don't know. Production time, I feel like is a lot. to do with that. But anyway,
I would adore it if they reworked these dungeons like we were saying them, or like, you know, gave something where like the story led you there, you got the extra narrative, they recontextualized them in some ways that they were runnable or more recognizable as the formats of content that we see later.
Yeah.
But like, even if like for the ones that are a little bit more out of the way, if they made it like a part of your exploration on that map, right? Like if one of the spyglass NPCs even told you, like, we've heard about like some ghosts over here or something, and then like and then you go over there and you discover it, and the thing is there are gorgeous gear sets from all those dungeons that I genuinely love. Can you imagine how much more of a positive player experience it would be as a new player if like you run the fractal, like you're like, oh, here I am and here's the fractal, and then like from the chest at the end there's a chance that armor drops, or like you get a piece or something. Like putting it in such a way that, again, players can see like the range of beautiful things, feel like their character gets cool stuff, they get the story, they understand the content. Like it's a win-win-win-win-win. Reuse that stuff. I mean, Jeb, I literally didn't even know until you literally just said that going around to the different temples in Ore gives you unique gear. Yeah. I didn't know that because like when I came into the game, it was Path of Fire.
And guess what you bought it with, Rook? You bought it with karma.
Yes, karma.
Yeah. You bought it with karma and gold.
I didn't know that because the way that I engaged with those maps was different than people who were farming them as endgame content, right? So I ran through and there wasn't really much there that like prompted me to explore. There wasn't,
so good.
You know, like,
the regions
it's
are wicked.
Zone. I love Ore. It's maybe one of my favorite designs in the game because I think the aesthetic is so fantastic. But like, yeah, like even if they just put little things like that in, I think it would help lead people around and make them, you know, like, oh, look at this cool thing I got, you know?
Yes. Oh, you've nailed it. Like that is exactly like I've always thought that those dungeon sets should be skin sets that drop from the dungeons, because I think a lot of new players, including me when I was doing it, had a real problem where leveling it up, you wouldn't get cool skins or transmog. You didn't get to play around with fashion that much. Whereas those dungeons have cool sets, and like nobody at level 80, like they are level 80. The only way you can buy them
didn't have dungeon sets either. Like you didn't. Sorry, you didn't have wardrobe either. So you couldn't transmute. So if you saw someone who was in Citadel of Flame specific armor, you'd be like, that's a DPS player. You would be like, that's not, I'm not saying to go back to that system, but that's how old school I was. And it was actually pretty cool, but like everyone was in Citadel or Flame armor because it just had fire.
Yeah.
And it was
but like nobody's really farming those dungeons now at level 80 to get those level 80 sets. No one wants the stats.
Well, you
from
can
those
get it
sets.
from PvP and WvW, that's why as well.
Yeah, exactly. So just I would love if they were skin drop from the dungeons. And it would bring a sense of familiarity to people that are from Final Fantasy 14 and WoW, where they do the dungeon and they get cool skins from it, and it would make you look forward to the next dungeon because they're like, oh, I wonder what weapon. They all have unique weapon sets as well, don't they? I feel like they have weapon skin sets as well for each of them.
And the Ascalon Catacombs one glow when it's nighttime.
They glow at night. It's crazy. They have some really cool skins, and you just can't get them as a new player. You have to get them at level 80. Wild.
And like at that point, nobody's even run. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I realized years later, I was like, oh, there's really cool stuff. And I wanted to get some of the pieces for like one of my characters. And I had to like go and try to bribe people to run with me. Like, hey, do you want to run? Do you want to run this dungeon for like 2 hours with me? Just over and over.
That's what it was like back in the day, Rook. That's what we had to do. I remember doing CM.
That was then and this is now,
thingy mana because in World v World you needed monks. I think monks runes are from CM, which is thingy mana.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so you'd have to go through and run that a ton of times so you could salvage the gear to like get the rune. And it was like it was such a long, and you still have to do that actually, true. But like you legitimately still have to do that. That is absolutely mind-boggling that you still have to do that for one of the best runes in the game for a support. You still have to play an old dungeon. It's just like, well, you don't. You can play PvP, like I said. You can actually just like go through the reward track and just like with the potions, bam, 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 get the
You know
tokens.
how long that would take for 6
I mean, if
rings?
you
will not
PvP as
do
much
that
as
through
I do,
PvP.
it's
Yeah.
like it doesn't take that long. But like, it's just that's what I did recently to get more monk runes. I was just like, I can't be asked to keep changing around. Just gonna use all my potions. But like, anyway, we do have to move on because I realized
Yep,
that
let's do
even though I thought we would be going shorter and over time, this podcast is going to be
very
one of the longer ones.
This blog post was actually a lot. I
It
totally forgot it.
was,
I thought it was
yes.
like nothing when I first read it. I was like, okay.
Remember
we'll
where
talk
you
about
are. There's 3 other people who are like also Guild Wars 2 fans, and you're all talking, and you're all this is why this podcast is ridiculous. And awesome at the same time. Which one did we read? New player. Okay,
We're on studio break.
go on then.
Yeah, talk about this for an hour.
Studio break. In last month's update, we stated that the health and well-being of our employees is a top priority for the studio. As exhilarating and fulfilling as it is to ship an expansion, it can also be stressful at times and comes to at the tail end of 2 years of fast-paced development. And since then, the team has been working diligently to address bugs and feedback from the Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons launch. It's time for a breather. The studio is taking this week off to recharge our batteries before we get fully ramped up on our new projects and initiatives. In fact, many of us might be outside touching grass and enjoying the sunshine at this very moment. We'll be back
Don't rush
to
it.
it on April 18th. So I'll be back on April 18th. Oh wait,
Just
the
next
siren
week.
decided to not discontinue. So
Yeah,
the emergency's over.
April 18th, the Living Worlds update, by the way, and
Yeah.
the CM strikes
So
and
soon.
legendary weapon variants.
I keep forgetting about the CM. Oh my god.
There
Like,
is
so
that,
far,
actually.
but like 2 days away. That's crazy.
We all need to do the challenge mode.
Please, yes,
Haven't
yes.
done strikes once.
Yes.
I just do it. It's gonna be so good.
Well, I could. There is going to be a time where I get us to play through. I think playing through strikes, like getting LightBringers of old coming back and like having 10 content creators. I don't know how easy that's going to be to get 10 content creators together,
Easy.
but it could be fun. I would love to get it so there's cameras of everyone. I don't think you can have more than 4 people in a
True.
call. Can-
Krup, it's very distracting when you play with your brass nipples while we do a podcast. Can you please
Wow.
Put the
Cover
nipples
your nips.
please put them away?
I need to touch something.
As soon as you turned 21, you just completely went off the rails.
Yeah,
21,
it was
boom.
21 that
Yeah.
decided to let my
Yeah.
rep
That's what
go.
did it, yep.
Never before have we seen your nipples on the show. So.
They're always erect.
There's a first for everything. Find out what next Proof reveals in the next LightBringers podcast.
I just
Yes.
wasn't expecting Jebro. I was like, in my head, I was like, Jebro is barely putting up with us today. I can't believe that I said nipples again and brought it up. He's really gonna fire me. And then
Show them my nipples. I do it best. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. You'll have a treat.
You with coat nipples?
The poor audio listeners right now.
So they're gonna be like,
is going on?
what?
Well, they'll come and subscribe on YouTube so they can come and watch exactly what the hell's going on. Actually, maybe I should put this as like a subscriber VOD every week on Twitch.
Yeah.
Be like, and then just don't upload it to YouTube. I don't know. Maybe that's something we should do. It's becoming that spicy. I might have to. Okay. Let's take a little breather there.
Just like the studio.
Yeah, it's good. That is
Touch
good.
some grass.
Self-care.
Well,
Well, I mean,
actually, I really like this segment of the blog post. I was really happy to hear that.
Yeah.
they're doing it just boom like that. I mean, maybe they planned it, but like, you know, they've got a massive launch next week. That means they're ahead of their schedule as well, because otherwise they'd have people just working their asses off, and like, which they wouldn't do, hopefully, as well. And they've said they won't do that. So yeah, cool, good stuff. Have a break. There was a picture of Josh Davis, game director now, which is amazing. Touching grass on Twitter, which was very funny.
They deserve it.
Oh, yeah, of
This
course they do.
team,
Absolutely.
they pour so much into this game. They work so hard as individuals. Like some of the best people. I really firmly believe in game design right now. Just wonderful developers. So like, take the time. I mean, everybody else that makes the studio happen too, not just the actual developers. Like, take the time, relax. You did an incredible thing. End of Dragons was phenomenal. We can't wait to see what's coming up next week.
I mean, I'm shocked that we're getting stuff this early, like next week. I mean, we're only a bit over a month out from End of Dragons, and we've got a whole like piece of content. We got a Living World episode. I've never done season 1 ever, so I'm very excited for this. This is brand new content for me, and with the strike challenge mode and the like legendary weapon evolutions.
This is episode 1. Is it episode 1?
It's
Episode 1.
It's episode 1. You never played it, Bloom. That's cool.
Never.
Actually, I don't think Rookie ever did.
No.
Did Crave?
Yeah.
I played the beginning of season 1. I left the middle and then I came back at the end. So I know what the early stuff is.
Oh damn, that's cool. I'm looking forward to next week's show. Play episode 1 before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or play it during the show. Actually,
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, those episodes weren't that long. So
Or we
play
do
it.
challenge mode.
Yeah, Strike CM. Yeah.
Strike CM sound good.
Ooh, I'm
You
very
wanna-
interested to see what the rewards are like for Strike CM.
Wait,
I
you
hope they
want to
do.
do a Lightbringers Strike CM next week?
I would not say no to that.
Next week, though, I would like to do the story first, and we can play afterwards if people want to play. Oh, maybe this is
I'll
discussion
let you
for later.
decide.
Yeah.
Scary. The story is the episode 1 of season 1 of Guild Wars 2 Living World is a big deal. Like, I want to give that a show. That's going to be a show just for that. Well,
I love that Jeb's like, living season 1, episode 1 is a huge deal, and we have to do a whole show for it. Meanwhile, End of Dragons, the most recent expansion, is like, Jebro, we still haven't talked about the
Think about
reality.
Ichabod,
We
Jade
haven't talked about the
Bots.
story, the strike missions, Jade Bots.
Has there not been a Lightbringers on the
Elite
strike
strikes.
missions yet? I thought there
No.
was. Maybe I
we
missed
did.
it. Wow.
We
Oh.
did. Me and Chris played it with Lightbringers Guild
This
members,
isn't Lightbringers, no.
but not like show.
We haven't talked about it, right? You haven't talked about like.
No, I'm
past
still
step
trying to get through the actual so what we were doing was like a map each episode with a feature. So we did like skiffs and Kainang and stuff. And then the blog post came up today was going to be Ichabod Wilds and Jade Bot. That's not
Let's
happening.
get into it.
We might have
Let's do it now.
You might have to do a double feature, honestly. You might have to do Echo Val and Dragon's End.
Yeah, I know
But I
they're
feel
going to
like
be
we
their
talked about
own.
Dragon's End.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we haven't actually talked. Well, the thing is, there isn't much else to the map, so we might not need to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, we
whatever.
talked about Suwon really early on.
Every single episode we've talked about Dragon's End. Like it's come up in one way, shape, or form. So it's probably done. But next week will be so we're still not going to be talking about Dragon's End. Into Dragons. But Echavold, maybe. It just depends how long we're talking about Scarlet and stuff. Because the first episode, like the beginning of season 1, wasn't that great.
Big deal.
It was a big deal, but it wasn't amazing. People didn't have a great time with it. Actually, no, that was well, the episode 1 isn't necessarily going to be the episode 1 that was in season 1.
Yeah.
Because it's shortened, isn't it? It's 5. And I can't remember how many was it.
But they are also reworking it, and they have the 10-year story arc in mind, right?
Yeah.
So they said in some of the previous stuff that there will be things that were not in that original story. Like we will
probably
see
taken
scenes
out,
and dialogue and things,
Probably some of the events which people didn't like gathering random signs and stuff, which was really weird. I think that was just leading out to it. Actually, that was when they started to bring in skins that you could earn during events, because there was a backpack skin which had fire coming out of the back of it. I think it was like the really engineer thing, which I got in the end. Do you remember Creef's nodding their head? Sorry, you're getting it. It was cool. Are
these rewards that aren't accessible in the game anymore, and are potentially
you can get them in the
coming back
game.
with
All of the rewards from the old stuff. So if you've ever seen people with the halo around their head or the horns, those were rewards from season 1 that you could farm for. and there was a vendor, and it was in and around. It's one in the base maps. I can't remember which one it was, but it was. I think Scarlet was invading one of the camps in one of the base maps, and you could farm for really cool looking, just random things. Like they were tonics, I think. Oh no, actually maybe. Oh yeah, it was a tonic you just put on. So this was before wardrobe changes. So they would just give you tonics to change your look for something like town clothes or also the halo and the devil horns and the molten jetpack. Yes. Yep. Perfect. And you can get that with statuettes. Now you just get the statuettes. It's like spinal blades back in the day, even though you can still make spinal blades, which is the ascended armor stuff. They started to ramp up with it. Oh man, all Guild Wars 2 histories just flowing back. It was so good. It was so good. I miss it.
We still need someone to read the end of transmission.
Oh crap. Well, I mean,
yeah, last little bit.
The end, period.
Do you want to read it, Bloom?
Sure. Okay.
Read
Yeah,
it.
totally. All right. End of transmission. That's all for this edition. If you haven't done so yet, please check out the Future of Guild Wars 2 blog post from last month. It contains a lot of juicy details about our long-term plan for Guild Wars 2 and includes a roadmap of what's to come over the next 3 months. Speaking of coming soon, don't forget to catch the first returning episode of Living World Season 1 Flame and Frost next Tuesday. The April 19th release will also include the Etherblade Hideout Strike Mission Challenge Mode. As always, thank you for being part of the Guild Wars 2 community. We'll see you in the game. Josh, Amy, and the Guild Wars 2 team.
We have to have Bloom back again. Bloom, you held your own reading that while Cruz did a dance in the background.
I had to stand up.
Don't crack up
My feet.
Yeah.
My legs. I had to stand up.
I was going to say, I can't even do that. I've been doing this for a while. And it's true. It's true. Well, Bloom's definitely got. I don't think Bloom's got a choice anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
No
I'm
choice.
happy to be back whenever. Just let me know. I'm always keen for
We
it.
will send you the NDA and the contract via mail.
Yeah, Kroof's got 10 copies of that because they've broken it so much.
You have to keep updating it. I never get charged. Just update it.
Yeah,
Right.
it just gets updated. Yeah, Groof is the outlier, like, test subject for the NDA. It's like...
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you get your nipples out today. That's another one. Do you know what I mean?
Another strike.
It's another NDA. It's another NDA adjustment. It's like maybe 10 pages increased just from that.
There's like an
action.
addendum, and it's like a giant, like it's like War and Peace. It's like just so thick.
Oh my god.
Oh dear. Okay, well, that's coming back on next week. Okay, so that was 2013. That's almost 10 years ago. So it'll be interesting to see what that's like. I am very excited. Am I going to be? I can't take the day off, unfortunately, but I will. Maybe I'll just stream it. I don't know. We'll see. But that's really, really, really exciting. Good times. Yeah, they're taking time off as well. That's always good. Replenish, doing the things. Hopefully they get to do that a couple times a year. Other than that, holidays. Also, it is Easter, so like Friday, there's a probably question. Probably people just take time around then off. Like if it doesn't affect PTO, that's even awesome. More awesome indeed. Yes, do it. Give your staff more time off. Make them happy so they make good shit. Damn it. I almost went for a whole podcast and no swears.
You ruined it. You just got a strike too.
Yeah, I strike
I
myself.
have to re-sign another NDA.
Yeah,
Damn.
myself. I give myself an NDA. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to be done. Anyone want to add anything else to the 4-hour podcast we just had?
So I thought Echo Bald Wild was a pretty good map.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I'm getting it's alright. It's okay.
Oh my god.
And also, that Jade bot is just so cute. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Jade bot, all right? So,
Rook hungry. Rook want go make dinner.
The blood sugar is low.
I was going to say, for you, it's like 6:20. I haven't actually eaten today. I just realized.
It's
Oh no, wait! I
I
had
have
this
not
granola
either.
bar.
It's
Had this
9:30
You know what?
in the
I've had
morning for me now.
water.
Aw,
Oh
cookies
yeah,
and
that's
water.
true. Like it's Bloom's
Yeah,
breakfast.
yeah.
Like, well, let's carry on. It's only the start of the day for Bloom. It's not
Exactly. I've got all day.
Okay,
I'm gonna
we're
yell at my
go
brother
first.
after this. My blood sugar's so low.
You gonna do what?
My blood sugar. When you have low blood sugar, I'm gonna go into the kitchen and be like, "Hi." So
Oh,
angry.
okay. You should get snacks for the show. That's what you need to do.
Should.
Just level yourself up. Well, that'll
Yeah, I'll
be in
get
the
a
NDA.
whole bunch of chips and I'll loudly eat them into the microphone.
That's what I
ASMR
did.
mukbang. Ooh boo.
Everyone, thank you so much for watching this episode of the LightBringers podcast, season 2, episode 5. A blog post. It's gonna be easy for the title, at least. It's not gonna be long. The blog post. The in capital letters, or the, or however you say THs, because I don't know, because I'm from London. We've had some awesome guests. They're gonna do a little bit of a talk about themselves for a moment, sell themselves, and also no additional thing because people want to eat. So what are they gonna go eat is the thing they could maybe say breakfast for Bloom, dinner for Rook, and Crew's having a birthday food celebration. I don't know, but
Yeah.
Bloom, tell us about yourself, all the things.
Yep, you can find me as Bloom on YouTube and Twitter. I make Guild Wars stuff. Feel free to check it out. I've got more coming on the way. And yes, for breakfast I will be having banana bread probably.
That sounds delicious.
Yes.
Can you please ship me some?
Yes, totally. I don't know if
Thank
it'll
you so
hold
much.
throughout the whole life.
I've put worse things in my mouth. It's okay.
Oh no, another strike.
I'm talking about the floor-bred people. Get your head out of the gutter. Wow.
Right,
I'm
right.
mad. It's in the gut. I have to put my head into the gutter for this podcast. So because my head is never in the gutter at all. Kroof, talking about gutters. Let's get a review.
Hi, I'm Kroof. You can find me basically everywhere on the internet. Kroof. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
There's
now.
Kroof slippers at Walmart.
Everywhere you
There's
go,
Kroof
you'll jump
shoulder pads
yeah.
and dicks. There's
I do a lot of YouTube stuff. I have some more videos coming out. I have to finish my build series. I just put out a video. If you're a beginner or a new player and you're interested in healing and support and how to actually go about that, I made a video about it. I really liked making it. Twitter, Instagram. I stream here on Twitch tonight. Elden Ring. Actually, because I'm not going to be in like 100-degree weather with the migraine, so I'll be fine tonight.
because there you go.
Thank
Stream
you.
it now. I can raid you. You need food. I think I'm having a small. Oh, what a day. Thank you very much for being here. Rookery. The
Hello.
figs.
Yeah. You can find me everywhere at Rookery, ROOKURI. I usually stream 2 to 3 days a week over on Twitch. I try to aim to have at least one video, sometimes more, go up a week on YouTube, covering everything from my actual playthroughs of games, my big feelings, big emotions, to lore and other content, as well as the coverage and stuff that I got to do for, oh my gosh, both the launch day live stream pre-show and then also the sort of media tour equivalent that we had for End of Dragons, if you're curious to learn more about those different maps and what the developers had to say about them as we got to play alongside them. And you can also find me on Twitter at Rookery_. You have to add the underscore on Instagram as well, just at Rookery. So wherever we are, it's always good to see you, and I'm always happy to share some laughs and think about. Never mind. That's it. I love laughing. The end.
No.
An outro like that. That's what I gotta come up with. That should be my assignment.
What was that?
Nothing.
Wait, what did you say?
You will be messaging me later, but
What did you say?
You know, I didn't say anything, Jebro. I didn't say it. Is
it's
the
just when
reason.
Rook
Stop
starts to say
myself.
something and goes, "Oop, never mind." You know it's good. You know it's good.
You know, I just realized that what I was going to say, it was going to sound really, well, not maybe any weirder than anything else we've said today, but, you know, I didn't feel like it was appropriate. Because that's something that's always the foremost of my concerns. So
I was gonna say that's bollocks.
It was a true no.
Actual bollocks. please go and follow everyone here because why not? It's easy to do. Also, you can watch the LightBringers podcast, all previous episodes on YouTube, also on Twitch as well. If you want to try and find the VODs, I'm trying to put them in a playlist. I should do that. There's all the old episodes are at the very least anyway. On YouTube you can. On Anchor as well you can go and listen audibly. That's a word, I'm pretty sure. Yes. I don't know why I just tried to look it up. It's slash Jebro Unity. I'm just making sure. Jebro, anchor.fm slash Jebro Unity for all the podcasts. There's some little itty bits and pieces that I put on there sometimes about thoughts that I have. I surrender button PvP, just thoughts I throw out into the nether. That's more old and controversial, and people get sad when I talk about stuff sometimes. But also, I stream on Twitch on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, most of the time. This is what I do to pay the rent while I'm in grad school, being an internship, working with kids and adolescents as a mental health counselor in the community. It's great work, it's awesome work, but I do not get paid for it. So if you ever do want to support the channel, I do a lot of work on the podcast, as well as these fine people being here, and all the other things that we do on the channel. We also have our subathon next weekend, which is going to be awesome. And if you just want to come and hang out with an awesome bunch of peeps, then you're very welcome. But I would also encourage you to very much do the same with all of the awesome guests that we've had on today, as well as welcoming Bloom, who's new to the podcast as well. It's very, very awesome to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Like literally last minute notice. It was 4 a.m., 3 a.m. that I was like on my phone and I got a message from Ravrus, and unfortunately having some back issues at the moment. So if you can send them some love, I'd appreciate that as well. And then I was like, oh God. And I was like, play it versus me. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're great.
Yep.
Let's do this.
Yep, I'm the substitute Australian for today.
Substitute, awesome. You're not a substitute. You are a first choice.
Thank
you just here earlier than I expected.
Yeah.
I love you, Lum.
Awesome.
You're great.
Thank
I like
you.
your videos
Thank
a
you,
lot.
all of you, for so much for having me. It's been awesome. Love chatting about Guild Wars.
It was so fun to talk with you. It was
Yeah,
the
likewise.
time, it flew by.
Yeah, it really did.
It does.
Yeah.
It always does. We always have fun chats.
Sure.
Hopefully. I'm gonna send you over to Cello Fag because I love his accent. That's basically the main reason. Like, okay. Oh shoot! I should have done that afterwards. Oh well. Whoops. Let's see. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Take care very much. Etc. Etc. Have some chicken nuggets tonight if you want to. I'm going to have some chicken tendies. In
Chicken
about 2 hours.
That sounds so
Tendies.
good.
Chicken tendies with some
Have some
spinach.
Jackie milk.
Is
Have
it
some
maybe a little
Jackie
bit?
milk and chicken nuggets.
I don't know how I feel about that voice.
Oh no. Oh
That is
god.
very creepy.
Tune in next week for more of Kroof's nipples.
The and I will also be getting an
They will.
exorcism.
Nipples will return.
Nipples and exorcism? Wait,
My
what?
nipples will be exorcised.
You're not.
I don't think that's the right phrasing.
Like you'll be flexing them, like they'll be
No,
like,
Exorcism.
they will, like, the
They're gonna be
spirits-
removed.
I'm going to. Someone will splash
Oh,
holy
no.
water on me and say some prayers.
Thank you so much for watching the LightBringers podcast. If you want to come back for more in the future, you probably want to for more randomness. See you soon on the LightBringers podcast. Bye bye for now.
Yeah.